Hola. Classic. Brandon. Leaving the mics muted. Hello. You don't get the hey, the hi, the hello today because this isn't your average episode. This is the 2021 NFL Draft stream with the educated fan. Andrew, you're here. I'm here. The draft is here in 30 minutes. And it's about to go down. What's going on?
Man, you could say I've been fired up all day. You just remember fired up as we go on in the educated fan. But man, this is incredible. We've been waiting. This is one of my favorite weekends of the entire NFL season. The draft is here. We're ready to go. There's so much that surrounds not only the number 3 pick of who the 49ers are going to go with, as maybe the favorite that was a couple of days ago or even yesterday, not the favorite today. There's some movement with the reigning MVP possibly. And then why a lot of you are here as Colts fans, what are the Colts going to do? They're going to stay put at 21. They're going to trade back. And then who are they going to take tonight? So I'm excited. It's going to be one hell of a night. And it's going to be a fun one. Excited to do this live stream with you, Brandon.
Yeah, me too. Listen, this is not a normal show. I'm gonna make noise. I'm gonna do things on camera that I normally wouldn't do because this is not my normal setup. So things are a little different. I'm not.
Hey, I'm on the couch too.
It's not an extension of my hand. Yeah,
a chill stream.
My lady's at work. Your lady's probably hiding in the bedroom, watching something.
Watching Friends, probably her favorite show. She's watched Friends 7 times through. It's incredible.
That's terrible. Hey, I saw something the other day. It was you could only keep 3. You had to ditch 1. It was Friends, How I Met Your Mother, New Girl, and The Office. You could only keep 3. Get rid of 1. You get rid of Friends, it's not even close.
I don't know. I like Friends. I put Friends. I know you're a huge How I Met Your Mother fan. That's one of your favorite shows. Friends and How I Met Your Mother to me are about the same.
Hey, How I Met Your Mother sequel or like add-on series coming. Official. And I can't remember. There was a woman in it, and everybody's like, what in the fuck is she doing? And I wish I could remember who it is, and now of course I can't. You know what? I'll find it eventually. Here in a couple minutes, we are gonna have our first ever guest on the stream, second guest ever on the show, a buddy of mine, Randall, big Colts fan. He has been doing mock drafts for quite some time, I guess. 2008. He said he still has old ones written out in notes and stuff. He's going to come on and chat with us about what he thinks the Colts might do and maybe any big surprises coming in the draft tonight that we might not expect here in round 1. Any surprises while we wait, Andrew, that you think might happen? I'm out on the Patriots trading up to get a quarterback. I think they love Cam Newton.
Yeah, I don't. They've been calling all day. I've been kind of watching Twitter. I've been watching my sources. But the Patriots are still working to trade up. I heard they might not trade up into the top 10, but they might trade up close if one of their quarterbacks does start to fall. What I'm reading from Ian Rappaport right now, it's the Panthers, who are sitting at 8, have made calls about possibly trading back. But also, they could be trading up. They've been talking about moving up to number 4 or number 6. So the Panthers are looking to make some moves. And then does the NFL world explode tonight? Does Aaron Rodgers get traded? So
God, that'd be awesome.
We're definitely going to need to talk about that before we get the draft started here. Let's talk about it right now. So it came out today that Aaron Rodgers is not happy in Green Bay and he doesn't want to come back. So if you're the Green Bay Packers, do you try to get the relationship repaired, or do you try to trade him right now and get the most out of it? So it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I think you trade him and you go right on up to 3, because I know the 49ers would do it. I know it. The Niners would, but the Packers won't. I don't think the Packers want to trade within the division or the conference. I'm sorry.
No, they probably don't. So the 49ers actually did call the Packers to gauge their interest, and Packers said they're not trading him. There's zero chance that they would trade him. So the Packers are still trying to work it out. They've already sent Mike Murphy out west. They have sent Brian Gutekunst, and they've sent Matt LaFleur all out west to go visit Aaron Rodgers, and it hasn't made a dent. Rodgers is still saying that he doesn't want anything to do with the Packers and that he doesn't want to be back. So we've got him.
I heard it come out of his mouth a few weeks ago. I want to retire a Green Bay Packer.
We've got Deshaun Watson still out there. So there's a high-profile quarterbacks that are very disgruntled, and they're still on their original teams. So, man, it's gonna be wild. I don't know if anything's gonna happen tonight, but from people that I trust, the high people in the know that I trust, they're certainly saying that there are more and more rumblings about Aaron Rodgers as we get closer to the draft.
God, what is this singing on stage?
I turned it down too.
God, it's awful. Who is this chick telling Cleveland to put on for their city? First of all, it's 2021. Stop saying put on for your city. Second of all, I thought she was getting ready to sing, and her voice was raspy and about as lost as a voice could be. So if she just started belting something out, you knew that was lip syncing. I don't even remember who it was. I was making my drink. I was busy.
All right. Who do you think? Are you still comfortable in your Caleb Farley prediction that the Colts take Caleb Farley?
Listen, I said when I didn't make a real prediction. I don't expect it. I don't think it'll happen. But it was an off the wall. I'm trying to keep Chris Ballard on his toes pick.
Oh, okay.
In this mock draft. Listen, every mock draft stinks. Nobody ever gets them all right. I sure as fuck am not getting them all right. If any. I'll get the first one right. Sounds like I got the third one wrong. Maybe that's what we should talk about.
Mac Jones or Trey Lance at number 3? So
starting to feel like Trey Lance all of a sudden.
Mac Jones was the betting favorite up until about maybe noon today.
Yeah.
And because when I woke up this morning, Mac Jones was like plus 270 on FanDuel.
Yeah.
No free ads. But he was, by 2:00 this afternoon, Trey Lance was like at minus 130. So, well, Mac Jones was minus 270, I should say. And then Trey Lance passed him and went to minus 130 as the betting favorite for number 3. So when we did our mock draft, I said if I was the 49ers, I'd do Trey Lance because he has more upside. Let him sit behind Jimmy G and let him learn for a little while.
Dude, Jimmy G is not going to be a 49er at the start of the year. I don't give a shit who they draft.
If they draft Trey Lance, I wouldn't start Trey Lance and just throw him out there. That'd be a terrible idea.
The news today.
Trey Lance is not ready to play in the NFL. Bald Eagle.
Is that Rosie O'Donnell?
That is not.
Is that less racist, less sexist, less bigoted Rosie O'Donnell?
You have younger? ADD this evening watching that TV, don't you?
Do what?
You have ADD this evening watching that TV.
I told listen, again, this is not a normal episode. We're just hanging out. We're watching the draft. We're going to talk about these guys that come out. We're talking about some headlines. Right now, we should be standing facing the flag, Andrew. So we're about as disrespectful as it gets. I'm sitting here calling the lady singing the national anthem, Rosie O'Donnell. But no, before all this Aaron Rodgers stuff, Andrew, the talk of what I was listening to in the media today that wasn't just directly draft talk was Jimmy G and what the 49ers plan on doing with him. And there's a lot of thought that they're going to just try to cut him before training camp if they can't find somebody to trade between now and then, because they don't want to take on the full $25 million.
I mean, if they draft Trey Lance and they just cut Jimmy G and don't trade him, I think it's a terrible decision. They need to draft Trey Lance. If they do draft Trey Lance, let him sit behind Jimmy G, because this kid has thrown. I mean, I'm a huge Trey Lance fan.
Mm-hmm.
Love his tape. I think his upside is phenomenal. Great kid, incredibly smart. Kid only threw 300 and some passes in his entire college football career.
Not a lot.
300 passes, and it was an FCS competition. It wasn't even an FBS.
Right.
So this kid is not ready to play. I don't care how great he looks against air. He's not ready to play. So if you throw him out there without him learning and getting used to the game and being patient with him, the 49ers are not going to be in a good spot. That's why I'm a big fan of Jimmy G. If you're the 49ers and you draft Trey Lance, you keep Jimmy G, you let him go. And if things do start to get bad, then you put Trey Lance in. Or honestly, look what the Chiefs did with Patrick Mahomes. They had Alex Smith play the entire year and use that first year as a.
And that year they might have made a Super Bowl run had they just put Patrick Mahomes in earlier that year.
Patrick Mahomes was not ready.
Well, how do you know that? He went in the last game of the season and he looked ready as hell.
Patrick Mahomes himself said he would not be the quarterback that he is today.
Of course he did. He's friends with Alex Smith.
That's not how it works. It
is. We've got a guest coming on, Andrew.
Was not ready at all.
Patrick Mahomes is the best player in football. And he was the best player in football the first year he played. So I'm not going to. You can't sit here and sell me on the idea. Yes, he was, and you can't sit here and sell me on the idea that he wasn't ready to play at an NFL level. Was he Super Bowl winning ready? Probably not, but he would have done just as well, if not better, than Alex Smith. Okay, getting our guest Randall Stone on in here, Andrew. He's ready. Told him to come on in. We're waiting. It'll happen eventually. Oh, damn it. Damn confusing ass. Discord's tough when you haven't used it before. Not your easy peasy Zoom click and you're in.
Is Randall going to give us his mock draft?
The whole mock draft?
Yeah.
We can ask him.
Does he have any insider info for us?
I doubt he has any insider info. Just years of practice.
difficulties. I got a text from old Darwin Moore saying can't hear you.
There, now they can hear us.
Can you guys hear us now?
They could not hear Randall at all.
Oh, really?
Or us. I mean, they couldn't ever since Randall came in, they couldn't hear us.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Randall. What do you have going on? We'll recover this. What do you have going on for the Colts at 21?
In my mock NFL, Jalen Phillips from Miami.
Very interesting.
I like Jalen Phillips.
I do too. Just the medical concerns. Especially with Chris Ballard saying how it's so tough to get the medical this year. He didn't go to the Indy medical combine because of COVID. Do you think that is something that Chris Ballard and the Colts are gonna be able to get past, or do you think, obviously, since you put him in your mock draft, I think you think it's not as big a deal as what some people are making it out to be?
Yeah, personally, I think it will be. I love Chris Ballard, and I think he's going to try to trade down. But if they stay at 21, best player available, I don't know who they have at their board. Yeah, you got to always take into fact injuries. But shoot, they drafted Jalen Blackman.
Shoot.
And I really don't know.
I don't think anyone knows. The Colts are very tight-lipped about what they're going to do. I do expect a trade back. And I think most of Colts fans think there's going to be a trade back. I put a poll out on our Twitter today, and I think out of all the votes, 50% said we're going to trade out of the first round into the second, and then 42% was we would just trade back in the first. So over 90% of fans think we're going to trade back. And then it's just going to be how the board falls. So if it's a tackle, if it's a defensive end, if it's a surprise pick like a cornerback or a wide receiver, we're going to have to see. But I'd be odds are the Colts do not sit there at 21.
I agree. I don't think they're there somehow, some way.
Yeah. No, I'm with you guys. 100%. All
right, Randall. Well, you can go ahead and pull out your note that you have all your picks written out. If you want to hear our top 10, I've got it up on the screen now for everybody to look at. Number 1, 2, we have Lawrence Wilson, obviously. Then we did also have Jones.
Who's Lawrence Wilson?
We have Lawrence, then Wilson.
Oh, okay.
Then Jones. We have Pitts at 4. Sewell at 5. You have anything different in there?
I do.
Let me get your top 5.
Okay, well.
You know what? We got 1 minute. Let me get your top 10.
Top 10. All right. Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, Mac Jones, Kyle Pitts. Although the Bengals should Bungles should protect Joe Burrow, they're going to go Jamar Chase. Dolphins can go Jalen Waddle. That's when I had the trade with the Lions, Patriots, Justin Fields, and then Panthers select Penei Sewell. Eagles with the trade, J.C. Horn, and then the Cowgirls, Patrick Surtain.
So
that's hell of a value if the Carolina Panthers can get Penei Sewell at 8.
Oh yeah, I agree.
To not only be able to get Sam Darnold, but then get a left tackle for him, because I mean, watching the tape, I mean, some people have Rashawn Slater ahead of Penei Sewell. I think Penei Sewell is the best tackle in this draft. If the Panthers can snag him at 8, I think it's dumb for the Bengals, but it seems more and more like the Bengals are going to take Jamar Chase. Jamar Chase is wearing, which they just said on TV, he's wearing orange, black, and white shoes to the draft, Bengals colors.
Yeah.
But I mean, your rookie franchise quarterback tore his ACL in his first year because you couldn't protect him. You need to put something around him. But
we have J.C. Horn going to the Eagles anyway without a trade.
Oh, really?
We have him making it to the Eagles, and we have Surtain going to the Cowboys. So it'll be interesting to see. I do got to let you go. We have to go over a couple more things here before we get this first pick and have the Jacksonville Jaguars on the clock. We appreciate you coming on. Go Colts, bub.
Hey, thank you guys very much. Appreciate it. Sorry, I just got a call from Adam Schefter, so I got to go as well.
Oh, okay. Perfect. Okay. All right. See you, man.
Hey, see you guys.
Okay. Well, that was a hot fucking mess. By the way, the person starring in the How I Met Your Mother sequel is Hilary Duff. Thank you to Skylar and Chris, I believe, in the comments.
Little technical difficulties, but hey, that's why it's a chill stream, you know?
Yeah, it's chill. I'm not very chill about it. I'm fucking yelling.
Randall knows his stuff, though. I liked his mock. I liked his trades, and I think they have a very, very good chance of having, especially the Patriots trading up to 7 with the Lions. The Lions have been one of the most aggressive teams trying to move back.
Yep.
And we know the Patriots really want a quarterback, and they really like Justin Fields. So very, very easily could see that happening tonight.
I'm telling you, the Patriots fans don't want to hear it, but I think the Patriots do like Cam Newton. I think they want some insurance too, but I think the Patriots believe in what Cam Newton can do. Another year in the system, no COVID. I do think COVID really screwed him up for the remainder of last year. But Andrew, guess what? I have a cool little scoreboard that I'm going to throw up here every so often to match up with how many picks each of us get right. Oh. Now, we could go by the draft position. So what number of draft pick they go by is the only thing it is. Or we could do as long as the team we pick to pick the guy gets the guy, that counts. So, like, let's say the Eagles did trade up and still took J.C. Horn. We could still count that as a point. Mm-hmm. Or we could say only position, like pick 1, Trevor Lawrence, pick 3 has to be Mac Jones.
I like the team getting the player because we couldn't predict the trades. So if Philadelphia trades up and still gets J.C. Horn, I like that idea.
Okay, what if Philadelphia trades up and takes Surtain and J.C. Horn still goes at, what do we have, 12? Yeah, J.C. Horn at 12. Some other team picks him at 12. We counting that?
Nah, I don't think so.
So
because
team and player have to match, and that's it.
Right.
All right.
Because when we were doing our mock draft, we were looking at the teams and which players would fit the teams, who we think the teams would pick. So I think, and that's, sure. Because if Justin Fields gets picked at 7 to the Patriots, we still want to count it. So
yeah,
I think team and player.
Okay.
Unless you just wanted to, if you didn't want to go off our mock, we could always do it freehand right before the pick and say, hey, who are they taking? And then keep it like that. But
oh no. No way.
That'd be a little much for you.
Yeah, that's asking a lot out, old Brandon here. Put you in my lap, I should say, Andrew.
You good?
Yeah, I got you in my lap here. It's just getting tiring leaning forward to work on stuff here, and I'm working and watching and enjoying the draft concert series here. Someone like you, Andrew. Whoa. All right, we got questions in the chat here. Skylar says he's fired up, Andrew.
Love you, Skylar. Listen, if Aaron Rodgers gets traded tonight, should I shave my head, Skylar? I already know what the answer is going to be.
But, he would say absolutely yes.
He would say absolutely. What's the question in the chat?
I'm looking for some. First pick for the Bears. Well, they pick at
20.
And who did we have them taking, Andrew? Let's look at.
I had them taking Greg Newsome because I think with Kyle Fuller being released, Greg Newsome would come in and
that's a cornerback
that fit that system perfectly. And I think Greg Newsome is probably cornerback probably vying for cornerback 3 with Caleb Farley because of the injuries to Caleb Farley. But Greg, if the Bears don't make a move up for a quarterback, or I mean, they could always take offensive line, like if Tevin Jenkins is there or Christian Darrisaw. But I'm going to stick with my pick. I think Greg Newsome goes there at 20.
Chris says shave it either way.
I can't do that. I'm rocking it till I can't anymore. I already told Danny that I was going to shave it right before our wedding, and she did not appreciate that.
Yeah, I've been told that I'm required to have hair for my wedding. YouTube's telling me that it's not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. But it looks smooth to me.
Chat, is our stream bad? Comment.
They were trying to let us know that they couldn't fucking hear us, but I wasn't looking at the chat at the time.
You gotta watch the chat, because I can't. I'm not in the chat.
I understand that, Andrew. I have to watch the chat and I have to maintain the show, the production. Okay, I was trying to get Randall in.
Listen, I wish I had Trevor Lawrence's hair. That man has Jesus hair. And he can sling the pill 75 yards.
Oh my God! Did you hear Zach Kiefer did an ad read for Manscaped? Said you don't want your balls looking like Trevor Lawrence's hair.
See, the thing about when I listen to 1% Better is I'm a subscriber to The Athletic, so I don't get any ads because I'm special.
Well, so am I now. So how do I listen to it without ads?
You listen to it through the Athletic app.
Why in the hell would I do that?
That's what I do.
That sounds terrible. But they do literally like 3 to 4 minutes of ads right in the middle of their show. It's god awful.
Yeah, I don't get any ads.
Yeah, I should change that. I subscribed, and when you sent me your password and everything, I said, fuck it, I'm just going to subscribe. And they're doing $1 a month for 6 months. So
that's what I did last year. So got the $1, and now it's only like, I don't know. I still get a deal on it. So
there you go.
By the way, if you don't subscribe to The Athletic, definitely do. They got great Colts stuff. Check out our buddy Jake Arthur stuff at Sports Illustrated. That man has been pushing out articles and content, and it's good stuff too. So definitely go check out Jake Arthur stuff on Sports Illustrated.
Jake Arthur's pretty cool. Had him as guest. His co-host could kick rocks.
We might see if Jake wants to come back on the show here soon.
He might. Jake is a close personal friend. Sports Illustrated writer, Jake Arthur. Sports Illustrated is our close personal friend. Just saying.
Shout out to my dad. My dad's watching in the stream.
Darwin, hello. Just apologizing now for my language as usual.
Oh,
we getting ready to go? You ever watching TV?
Hey!
What?
Mark Schlereth has reported that a deal for the Broncos to land Aaron Rodgers is as close to a done deal as it can get. Aaron Rodgers might be getting traded, and another source says Broncos have indeed put together an impressive deal for
I'd be
Rodgers.
a Broncos fan.
It's not official yet, but the Broncos are making a very hard push for Aaron Rodgers as we speak. So I'll be
Packers might be picking top 10 tonight.
I would assume, unless Packers said they don't want a quarterback, so I don't think that would include Drew Lock. Can you imagine Aaron Rodgers with Jerry Jeudy, Cortland Sutton, Noah Fant, all of those weapons there in Denver?
Yeah, they wouldn't even who would they end up drafting then, do you think? Do you think they would just go ahead and try to get...
Well, they wouldn't have a first-round pick, so they would probably...
They'd have a first-round pick. They would just be picking 29.
If
they swapped ones?
But I don't think they're going to swap ones because they're getting Aaron Rodgers in return.
That's true. Good point.
That'd be all they get.
Yeah, that's true. That makes more sense.
it'd probably be Aaron Rodgers for 3 first-round picks, and they'd leave it at that.
Well, we have Andrew up our mock draft. If that did happen, the Packers would be sitting at number 9. We have Trey Lance going at that point. If he's still there, you got to think they like him more than they like Jordan Love, but allegedly they're ready to hand the torch to Jordan Love. So, I mean, who do we have there to help out Jordan Love at that point? You've got your top 2 offensive tackles gone at that point, probably. Your top receiver is gone at that point.
They could always take Jalen Waddle or Devontae Smith if they want to add
Jalen Waddle we have going at 7.
But if the Patriots trade up to 7 with the Lions, I don't think Carolina's going to take a wide receiver. So Jalen Waddle would probably be available there at 9.
Maybe, yeah, that's true too. Or
to get another wide receiver opposite of Devontae Adams and Marquez Valdez-Scantling.
Or maybe they just go ahead and take Smith, Devontae Smith.
Your father, Mike Florio, is now talking about the Broncos and Aaron Rodgers. So this is picking up some pretty big steam here quick.
I don't know who Brad Rearick is, but he says Rodgers is worth a bag of open Doritos, and that's about it. And sorry, Brad. Brad, you're out of your mind.
Brad's a Browns fan.
That's pretty good. I'm eating a bag of open Doritos right now, says Andy. We're at is that Andy? Andy?
That is Andy.
Andy, my guy, welcome to the stream. I hope your kids aren't around because I have a foul mouth, as you know, personally.
We went to a game last year with him and his son, Nathan.
Yeah. Did you hear what he said? I'm eating a bag of open Doritos right now. It's good.
It's a great line, Andy.
Zach looks to be coming in. I think my brother Tristan's coming in.
Nice.
We got a packed house.
If the Packers trade Aaron Rodgers, what's their record next year? Remember, 17 games.
4-13.
4-13. Wow.
Jordan Love stinks. You told me. What are you throwing the eyebrow raise at Danny for? Quick, turn the camera around.
We're not turning the camera.
Oh, Darwin, close your ears, bud.
No, she's just waving at me.
Yeah, I bet. Andy says they are in bed. Andrew is on his couch, as am I.
I am on my couch.
I got tired of sitting in my fancy computer chair here. There's the tools of the pod right in your face. There you go. There's your 250. Oh, Vonda Young, my aunt, close personal friend of the show, says 2-15.
Oh, 2-15. So they would be drafting number 1 and drafting Sam Howell from North Carolina next year.
You think so? Oh, they just go ahead and take a quarterback at number 1 and they trade back. They love Jordan Love. They're trying to hand off the franchise. I'll tell you what. I love the way Aaron Rodgers is handling this.
He's letting he hasn't said a word.
He's making
said all the right words, and he's letting the media do the talking.
And he's letting the Packers come out of this looking like the bad guy. Unlike when Brett left, they turn it so he looked like the bad guy. But I think with social media now and Aaron Rodgers is, I'm sorry, Brett Favre, I love you, but Aaron Rodgers is a much more intelligent man than Brett Favre. He's made sure to play this in a way that he's going to leave town with people supporting the hell out of him. Zach wants to know, can we get Rodgers or what? No. And here's why. Because we just got Carson Wentz, and that's about as good as it's going to get for us this year, I think. I thought of something crazy like, I don't know, maybe the same thing. Or I thought about maybe if Justin Fields fell all the way to us, do we take him as a solid backup? Because we don't really know about Jacob Eason. We don't have a Jacoby Brissett type that runs the ball in those weird downs. So, I mean, that was an off-the-wall idea. If Fields was there, do we take him? But no, I do not think Aaron Rodgers it's not a chance in hell.
It would cost, again, a lot of first-round picks. They already made the trade for Carson Wentz. I saw some Colts fans upset today on social media saying, like, well, look, we would have waited. We could have had Aaron Rodgers. But the thing is, there was no guarantee that Aaron Rodgers was going to be available. Chris Ballard isn't a psychic. He doesn't know this is going to happen.
Not to mention, Aaron Rodgers wants to live, a little closer to California, not Indianapolis.
He doesn't want to go farther east. He wants to go out west.
Yeah.
I
don't think Colorado's far enough west for him, but he'll settle, I think, for some beautiful mountains.
I don't know if his fiance even knows where Indiana is, since she's a movie star. She lives out in California. So
Hillary Duff, How I Met Your Mother. Wow. Andy says his kids are in bed, so I can say whatever I want. Love that. Let's see here. Scoreboard.
Man, how many performances are they going to have? I want the draft to start at 8. My beautiful fiance just walked in the room wearing a shirt that Brandon got me at the Colts game.
Which one?
The one that says "Hung like a horse."
It's a good shirt. All right, Andrew. I'm updating our score right now. And I am actively changing it to 1-1. Here's the scoreboard now, everybody. 1-1 because we know the first 2 picks. I think my second pick's already screwed. So, is that Joe Thomas? We got a Joe Thomas sighting. Here we go.
Joe Thomas has lost a lot of weight ever since he retired.
Good looking offensive lineman. He apparently was hating on Joe Thomas was hating on Chris Sims because he's a Justin Fields fanboy because he is in Ohio, so he likes Ohio State, obviously. And was attacking Chris Sims for saying that Justin Fields was going to fall to 31 and saying that he's just a bunch of clickbait, yada, yada, yada. Like, he was like, calm down, Joe.
I agree with that. I mean, Chris Sims, the only reason he has a job is his father, so.
That's fair.
And the thing is, we should not be excited about this first pick. Trevor Lawrence is going to be in the Colts division. Colts are going to have to play Trevor Lawrence twice a year for probably 15 years at least.
I was cheering for Jacksonville at the end of the year as hard as I was cheering for us.
Man, and I love Trevor Lawrence. The thing is, he's a great guy, incredible player. But, man, I'm going to hate going up against him twice a year. That's for sure.
It's going to be the most miserable thing. But you know what? I enjoy watching him play football, so I guess I'll take solace in that.
I'll get to see him once in person, at least once a year.
Zach is happy with Wentz. Tristan says, F yeah, hung like a horse. Skylar, Chris, who's in here? Are you joining me? Are we Whiskey Brothers today? I'm drinking some Maker's Mark, gift from my cousin for being best man at his wedding. Filled up the decanter. Nice. I'm not actually using the glass he got me. I keep that in the case he got me for him. But here we go, Andrew.
About time. I didn't catch it. Did they boo when he came out on stage? The yearly tradition?
I mean, probably. Oh, my God. That's his chair from last year in the draft. And a fan gets to come up every single pick and sit in it. That's the chair he was sitting in for the draft last year in his basement. That's hilarious.
Looks like a comfy chair.
Yeah.
How much would you pay to sit up there for a pick?
For a pick?
Yeah.
$1 to $2 grand.
About $50.
About $50. $20 is $20.
Oh, she's got jaguar blue hair.
Yeah, I think I would have dyed my hair for this too.
You just spray paint your bald head.
How about them brownies that got so good 1 year after I left?
How about them brownies?
Imagine calling your team one of the softest desserts there is.
Brownies, incredibly
brownies
underrated.
brownies are up there on my dessert list. I'm just saying they're
brownies.
soft. I mean, if you're going to be some kind of dessert, you want to at least be like hard candy? I don't know. Is hard candy a dessert?
My dad wanted to tell you that he's watching, but he can't respond to you because he's working. So he's listening while driving a truck.
Got it. Hey, it's a good thing he could text you.
No, he's using Siri. He's using Siri to talk.
Oh, an iPhone man these days.
He's always been an iPhone guy.
Yeah? I thought he had an Android at one point. But I don't know things. Well, darling, we're glad to have you here listening.
Thank God. Jacksonville is now on the clock.
Danny just said that man on the left, though. I wish I had a quick way to switch me and you around. I'd be like, huh.
You're watching the stream?
Yeah, she's all up in our comments, bro. Oh. Did he just say it? Did we miss it because of Danny? The Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock.
That's what I just said.
Well, that means we can move it along down to our pick one slide here, Andrew.
Do they take the full 10 minutes? So I was listening to
I'm guessing the NFL told them to take X amount of minutes just so they can.
I was listening to Pat McAfee's show, and him and AJ Hawk were talking about it, that the Jaguars are going to take the full 10 minutes because it's 10 minutes of publicity for the team. So they're just going to talk about the team for 10 minutes.
Free publicity.
Tell her I said thank you.
And right now, instead of using the publicity on the Jaguars, they're doing a giant-ass Cleveland promo. Just the city of Cleveland, and now all the prospects in general. You think they all got to keep those draft necklaces?
Probably.
Oh, that's a cool freaking graphic. I wish I could have stolen that. Oh, yeah, I should probably say none of these images are our own. We use a lot of team logos in this stream. Say pictures that other people made. They're probably produced by the NFL, and I'm using them.
So Zach Kiefer just said at this rate, the Colts will be picking at 3 a.m. He's not wrong. Shut up. Let's see. We should see if we can get Zach Kiefer on the show. Urban Meyer. How do you think he's going to do? Do you think he'll succeed?
I think there's a really good reason. Trevor didn't go.
No, Trevor's at home.
Oh, it's because he doesn't want anybody to touch his shoulder.
It's probably because he's
probably watching our stream.
Family. Yeah.
He's probably listening right now. Trevor, we love you. We love your hair. Andrew wishes he could have it.
I texted him and said, "Hey, you going to be on our stream?" He's like, "Yeah, no problem."
Dude, if Trevor Lawrence could grow a beard along with that long hair. Rich Eisen. 12-36 since losing the 2017 AFC Championship game. Worse in the NFL during that span.
So think about all the players they had on that team when they went to the AFC Championship. Leonard Fournette, Jalen Ramsey, Calais Campbell, Allen Robinson.
They don't have any of them now.
They don't have any of them, and all those guys are they're like tops. Well, I would say Leonard Fournette, but Jalen Ramsey certainly,
or Allen Robinson.
Campbell, Allen Robinson. I think Allen Robinson's a top 10 wide receiver.
Jeez. Okay.
Think of the stats he puts up.
Never mind. He said the Indianapolis Colts. Yeah, he was probably talking about week 1.
No, they're talking about Andrew Luck, R.I.P.
He's not dead.
He's dead in football terms. R.I.P.
Dead. Dude, those matte black helmets.
So far, no new news on
Are you handling the Twitter news?
on Aaron Rodgers. Yes.
Who's the diva? Which one's the diva, Miss Young? Tell me.
Probably you.
Yeah, hung like a horse.
Stephanie said to do a shout out to Grant and Grace.
Hey, by the way, shout out to Grant and Grace Graber for tuning into the stream.
All right. Grant and Grace Graber. Thanks for coming on.
My fiance works with their mother, Stephanie.
Oh, okay. Stephanie Graber, Grant and Grace Graber. Don't know them personally.
I don't think you would.
I mean, they live in the Harlan Woodburn area where I grew up.
That is true.
There's a lot of Grabers. But of all the Grabers in the world, 2 of them are here on our stream tonight. Grant and Grace, sup.
What's the Jaguars record
This year?
Lawrence this year?
Well, they lose twice to us this year because we are winning in Jacksonville this year. They're gonna beat the Texans twice because the Texans are a dumpster fire. I think the Texans might be in the running for number 1 pick next year, which is not good news for us again. We need them to remain brutally average. Not
if
bad.
Deshaun Watson doesn't play, then yes.
He's not playing. He's not playing. The Deshaun Watson trade rumor mill is starting to kick up again too.
That's true.
But yeah, I would say Jaguars. Their ceiling is, well, I guess he can't be 50-50 this year. So 8-9, 9-8.
I was gonna say 9-8. I think they do take a drastic jump with Trevor Lawrence. I don't know if it's an Andrew Luck size jump from 3-13 or 2-14 to 11-5, like he did with the Colts.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, I think Trevor Lawrence is just that good that it's going to be. The Jaguars will be around about 500.
What went wrong for Trevor Lawrence and Clemson in that semifinal game against Ohio State this past year, Andrew?
I don't think it was anything with Trevor Lawrence. I think it was more their defense. The Clemson defense just could not keep up with Justin Fields and that Ohio State offense. Because when you look at Trevor Lawrence's stats, I think he threw for close to 400 yards and 3 touchdowns. And the thing is, too, the offensive line for Clemson wasn't the greatest either. Trevor Lawrence, if I remember correctly, got hit quite a bit in that game.
Yeah.
So, and that's something that Jacksonville needs to really focus on is they don't have the best offensive line. So when you have this generational talent in Trevor Lawrence, you were in the division with the team that had a generational talent and wasted his potential and wasted his career because you didn't protect him.
Yeah.
If the Jaguars are smart, which is debatable, they're the Jaguars. You use your remaining picks because I think they have 5 picks within the top 50 or 4 picks within the top 50, something like that. You definitely use some of those to bolster up your offensive line and get Trevor Lawrence some help to protect him. The pick is in.
The pick is in.
They're already clapping. They know it's Trevor Lawrence. Danny's commentary says, too bad Tyler Eifert is no longer on the Jacksonville Jaguars. Otherwise, that'd be a great team.
Love it. Danny, feel free to come into the stream at any point. You can come sit down, hang out, be a part of the show.
She's over there. She's over there doing her nails. Who's embarrassed? Here comes Roger Goodell. Is he going to... I was going to say, is he going to sit in the chair? I forgot the fan was in the chair. Oh, he's making the fan get up.
Is she going to come announce it? The first freaking pick?
No. The fan of each team gets to sit in that chair. The team...
Is that every year?
No.
Boom. There he is.
And it's official.
Breaking news, ESPN. Damn, I got that notification almost before Goodell said it.
So Trevor Lawrence, the number 1 pick. Should we break him down?
Let's hear your breakdown of Trevor Lawrence, Andrew. And while you do that, I'm going to pour a beer.
Sounds good. So Trevor Lawrence is... What can you say about him? A generational talent. Guy's 6'6", 213 pounds. He threw for 10,000 yards over 3 seasons at Clemson with 90 touchdowns. He was first team All-American 2 out of his 3 years there at Clemson. Just unbelievable talent. He's athletic. He's got size. Has an absolute cannon for an arm. He can really deliver the ball under pressure. A lot of times you see when the pocket collapses, he doesn't necessarily need to. He doesn't panic, I should say. He's very calm under pressure, and he's able to escape the pocket. Even though he's 6'6", he's a very good athlete. I don't think he didn't run the 40 or anything, so I don't have times on that. But especially against that. Against Ohio State a couple years ago in that semifinal when he just ran right up and down the field. He's been compared to Andrew Luck, Peyton Manning, John Elway. That's the type of guy that the Jacksonville Jaguars are getting. So Urban Meyer came out of retirement and came to the NFL
for Trevor Lawrence
only, and it was for Trevor Lawrence. So it's incredible talent.
Yeah.
Great person, great character. It's an absolute home run. And I think within a couple of years, we're going to be talking about Trevor Lawrence being a top 5 quarterback in the league.
I want you to be wrong so bad. Multiple reasons. The biggest reason is because he's in our division and I want him to suck. I don't want him to be average. I want him to absolutely suck. That's not going to happen. But reason number 2 is I want Zach Wilson to be better than him just so I can go back in 5 years and say, hey, Andrew, remember when Chris Sims said this and you called him the biggest idiot on the planet? And I want to just tell you that he's not, just to make you feel little, kind of. I want to demean you. I want to demean you. I want to make you feel bad,
he's
as idiot. Best friends
Chris
do.
Sims is terrible.
Listen, I don't think Chris Sims is the smartest man alive. That's for sure, and I've been on record saying that. I'm down with that. They're already shaking hands and clapping, and I guess I better move on to the pick 2 profile here, Andrew.
You got to start producing.
I am producing and talking.
We're live here.
We're as live as it gets right now. We're live reporting on something that's going on live. Hey, we've got a record number of listeners in here right now, I think. All right. Hey, everybody that's in here right now, if you're not driving like Mr. Darwin Moore, I want you to click the share button, click copy link, and I want you to send it to as many people as you can. And I don't know, let's say 2 minutes, or just select people you know that are football fans that might be watching the draft, or people that might just feel bad for us. I'm good with that too.
just you hit that subscribe button.
You definitely hit subscribe.
You hit the bell so you know every time we go live.
Is there a bell? I'm pretty sure if you subscribe, it sends you a notification they're going live.
You click the bell just to make sure. You got to click the bell to get those notifications. There is a bell.
I need to click the bell on my personal device.
Bro? Do you even YouTube?
Not really. I'm on one side of YouTube these days. There I am talking on my phone. Wow. Isn't this neat? Hey, guys, watch this. This will trip you out. How's that end up looking? Here we go. I'm going to watch myself do it. There's a bit of a delay. You know what? I leave the delay in there because it improves video quality, and I want our people to know that we're producing high-quality video. Oh, look. Ooh, that's neat. Andrew, I don't think there's a bell.
There's a bell.
Oh, there's the bell. Ding.
You found the bell.
All. And click all. Hit the bell and then hit all. And if we schedule a stream, it'll even tell you, hey, they're going live in 30 minutes. I know that because I get a notification every day for Pat McAfee's show half an hour before they go live.
So now we're on to number 2, the New York Jets.
Pick is
in. Pick is in. I think it's going to be Zach Wilson. So does the rest of America.
Come on, Roger Goodell. Get your handsome ass up there and announce that pick.
And then the drama.
Andy clicked the bell.
3. Andy clicked the bell. Love to see it.
And all. He also clicked all. Bell all.
Nice.
The pick is in. The numbers are on the clock.
Says it's Warner's Kerner delivered by Pizza Hut. Pizza Hut. What's your opinion on Pizza Hut?
I like Pizza Hut. Out of the main chains, you got Pizza Hut, Domino's, Papa John's.
Is trash.
Just why don't you let me talk?
Domino's
Pizza Hut,
is trash.
Papa John's, Domino's, East Chicago. If you're east of Chicago, what's another popular one?
Pizza King.
Pizza in Indiana. That's a thing. Pizza King's the best. But of the main chains, Pizza Hut is the best by a landslide. Paige hates Pizza Hut. I haven't had Pizza Hut in a year, I don't think.
Danny hates Pizza Hut as well. And we hardly
Andrew, when I come home, do you want to go to a Pizza Hut buffet?
Let's go to Buffalo Wings and Ribs.
I'm definitely going to do that. You remember last time I came home, you fucking went the day before I got home? I don't care. Listen, you didn't let me go to you didn't want me to go to the one restaurant that I said I wanted to go to when I got home because you didn't want to have it again. What kind of friend are you?
Hey, pick us in.
Pick us in. Pick us in. Zach Wilson, quarterback, BYU, is a New York Jet. Handsome son of a bitch. Best looking guy in the draft for sure.
He looks like a movie star.
I wish I looked like Zach Wilson.
Some people say he looks like he's 14 years old, though. Danny says he looks like Zac Efron.
He looks like he could star in a Disney movie about dirt boarding.
He does look like he could star in a Disney movie.
Or one of the movies with the monkey.
So Zach Wilson, he's 6'2", 214 pounds. This kid, he really didn't come on the scene until this year. His first couple years at BYU, he was injured. He had to fight for the starting job, but this last year he absolutely tore it up. 33 touchdowns to only 3 interceptions. Now, by playing at BYU, he didn't play against tough talent, so that's definitely something to be worried about, is making that transition from not playing high competition to going to the NFL. But he's incredibly athletic. He can just sling the football everywhere. He's loose, just a natural thrower of the ball. He reminds you of Patrick Mahomes in a sense that in the play breaks down, he can make plays in that kind of category. He does have a little leaner frame though, and the durability is a question. So
lean or small?
Lean.
Lean is muscle, dude. He's a
slim build. He's not a big body guy like a Trevor Lawrence or like a Justin Fields, someone like that. So
got a rocket.
He does have a cannon for an arm. The Jets are going to have to put pieces around him, and they're going to have to make sure they give to him what they didn't give to Sam Darnold, and that's an offensive line. So it's going to be interesting to see what he does. I'm a huge fan of Zach Wilson. I think he's an incredible athlete. I was high on him back in September when I was first telling you about him. So I will have to see what he does, but I think for him to succeed, he's going to have the Jets protect him. Otherwise, it could end up like Sam Darnold all over again.
Comparing him to Joe Burrow and Russell Wilson right now on the screen on NFL Network. Hey, everybody, we're watching on NFL Network, not ESPN, because, one, we don't like those hacks. We like the rest of Disney, just not their ESPN department. But also Rich Eisen.
Love Rich Eisen.
Rich Eisen.
Daniel Jeremiah is the man, too.
So, Andrew, so far, we're going to look now at our mock draft. We're 2 out of 2. Draft home screen here. We've got the scoreboard up. Andrew won. Brandon won. The next one, this pick, we didn't think this was the big question, but now this is the big question. This next one, this is the one we're going to ask questions about. Hey, Andrew, I don't know if you noticed, did Trevor Lawrence have the number he's going to wear for Jacksonville on his jersey? Or was it just a 1?
He wasn't there. He didn't get a jersey.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Think they just had a number 1, but
Andrew Luck had the 12 on his.
Nobody's gonna wear 6. I don't think anybody wears 16 in Jacksonville, so that'll be Trevor Lawrence's number.
I just went back and watched the Andrew Luck pick being called, and I didn't realize he had the 12 on his jersey. Here, let's listen to Zach Wilson.
49ers at number 3. Do you have the 49ers page up yet for number 3?
No, I'm listening to Zach Wilson talk. I had the scoreboard up.
You're already saying we're going for the Super Bowl. You're got a rude awakening, kid.
He's going to have a tough year.
Think of that division he's in.
How do they only have 3 minutes and 30 seconds left? The pick has been in for 7 minutes already?
Because when it says the pick is in, that's when the next clock starts.
Not when the announcement's made.
Not when the announcement's made.
That's bullshit.
So, but think about the division that Zach Wilson is in now. He's in a division with the Buffalo Bills, with Sean McDermott.
Yeah.
Who very good defense. Brian Flores in Miami Dolphins have a good defense. Bill Belichick's a defensive-minded coach. He's going to have maybe some of the 3 best defensive-minded coaches in the entire league in his division. Tough. So it's going to be tough for him. That's why the Jets really need to focus on getting that offensive line ready.
Rappaport's making a prediction on the pick.
We'll see.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. But yeah, you're right. He's going to be playing 3 very good defenses, 3 very good defensive-minded coaches. And Andrew, that while you're talking about that actually took me back to thinking about Cam again, Cam Newton. Not only do I think the Patriots like him, and he's not going to have COVID again, and he's going to have the full offseason and another year in the system, he also now has a lot of weapons around him. 2 of the best tight ends in the league, and Hunter Henry and Jonnu Smith. And then he got Aguilar and another wide receiver, and whoever they get tonight. Add those weapons to your list of what could help Cam Newton have a better year, and do the Patriots believe in Cam Newton? There's just a lot of breadcrumbs leading them away from hold on, don't interrupt this one. Leading them away from quarterback. Also, when's the last time you heard a Patriots rumor for the draft in general? Second, when's the last time you heard one that was true? There's 3 people that know this pick: Bill Belichick, Robert Kraft, and maybe one other guy.
Yeah, but the thing is, if the Patriots are reaching out to other teams, those teams could be leaking it too. So it's not just the Patriots. So that's why I think that's
Bill Belichick seems like a guy that looks at somebody in the face because he FaceTimes now because it's 2021. Bill Belichick FaceTimes,
right.
And he goes, yeah, we're interested in trading up. Might take somebody you want to trade back for this and that. Oh, and by the way, if you leak this conversation that this happened, you will cancel it and you will never, ever do business with the New England Patriots again.
All right, who's it going to be? Is it going to be Trey Lance or is it going to be
I'm not wavering. Mac Jones, damn it. Smoke screens everywhere.
You know what?
Let's go, Mac Jones. Mac Jones.
I'm going. I think it's going to be Trevor.
You're a bastard.
Trey Lance, man.
You're a bastard. What if it's Justin Fields? I'll really shit myself then.
If it's Justin Fields, that'd be wild. But everything that they're too much. Where there's smoke, there's fire. I think it's going to be Trey Lance.
Here it comes. I've got all three ready.
Let's see.
Fuck.
Trey Lance. They took the quarterback with the higher upside. And like I said, it's the guy that they probably should have took all along because Trey Lance is while we know what Mac Jones is, Trey Lance can just be so much more. So we'll run through it real quick. Trey Lance is 6'3", almost 6'4", 224 pounds. He's built. He's a very big, sturdy quarterback. This kid, these stats are incredible. His redshirt freshman year, he threw for 2,700 yards, 28 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Went all year, 28 TDs, 0 picks. And on top of that, he rushed for 1,100 yards and had 14 touchdowns. Now, he only had one game last year because of the FCS suspending and moving their season to the spring because of COVID. But Trey Lance he's just so raw, but he's got so much upside. He's this big athlete. He's got incredible acceleration. Mm-hmm. He's got an incredibly live arm. The kid can sling it everywhere. And from when you're hearing these analysis and from people around the league, he's so incredibly smart on the whiteboard. He was able to dissect pretty much every single defense. He was very impressive on the whiteboard with all the teams, and just his character was something that stood out as well. So the kid is driven, and he's driven to prove people wrong that think he doesn't have the talent to do it, since he's just an FCS quarterback. But I think Trey Lance, in this Kyle Shanahan offense, if he gets time to learn behind Jimmy Garoppolo, I think Trey Lance can be an incredible quarterback and one that's going to be very successful in this league.
I still don't think he's going to be doing any learning behind Jimmy Garoppolo.
I mean, he could. They could trade him, but the thing is, I think it would be best for their young quarterback if he sits a year and learns behind Jimmy G, especially when he only threw 300 passes in the FCS, and that's it.
Andrew, with the pick that just went out, does that change your pick at number 4 for the Falcons?
No, I still think the Falcons will take Kyle Pitts. Unless someone trades up with Atlanta, it's sticking there and taking Kyle Pitts.
Yeah. Just found out 2 minutes ago, he said.
Do you think for the Falcons, I think I know what you're going to say, but would you take Kyle Pitts here, or do you think they should take a quarterback?
It depends on what their their true goal is right now. They're getting rid of Julio Jones, it sounds like. So they definitely need another weapon, but it depends. Is your goal right now to accept the fact that it's time to rebuild, or are you trying to win one while you still have Matt Ryan? Because if you want to win one, you keep Matt Ryan, you give him another awesome weapon like a Kyle Pitts or even maybe a Jamar Chase. But I don't know, Mac. It's hard to throw Mac Jones away. It's hard. Here's the thing. Whoever they pass, if they pass up Justin Fields and Mac Jones here, and either one of them turn into a sensation, they're never going to hear the end of it. That's what's so hard about the same with the 49ers, what they just did. If Trey Lance stinks and either one of these other two guys are a guy, that's it for their GM and Kyle Shanahan. I mean, you have another Patrick Mahomes situation. Think about how the Bears and the Texans feel, you know what I mean, with the whole Patrick Mahomes thing. You don't want to be that team, and that's the only thing you got to worry about now.
Where do you think Julio Jones ends up going?
Indianapolis Colts.
Okay. Oh, I can tell you from my source, Chris Ballard, that's not happening.
Your close personal friend. Do you see this free Josh Gordon sign in the background?
I do. That's great.
That's fantastic. Great. Atlanta Falcons, 3 minutes left.
I heard that Baltimore was kind of sniffing around for Julio Jones, but
yeah, dude, listen.
I don't know if that would work contract wise.
Hey, will you be my agent? I'll be Julio Jones. You be my agent, calling me to let me know that the Falcons are considering sending me to the Ravens. I have a no trade clause.
He doesn't have a no trade clause.
He doesn't?
Julio Jones does not have a no trade clause.
Yikes. That seems like a thing that a guy who was able to pull off $25 million would have been able to figure out.
So, hey, Julio Jones, you just got traded to the Ravens. How do you feel?
Let the Ravens know I won't be fucking showing up. I don't want to go to the Ravens. They don't throw the football.
Yeah.
Zach says Trey Lance. It's Trey Lance.
Man, I'm really excited. Pick is in. I'm really excited for Trey Lance, though. I think he's going to be very successful in Kyle Shanahan's offense. Anytime Kyle Shanahan has had an actual quarterback, he's done great things with them. I mean, he let when Jimmy G was healthy, they got to a Super Bowl. Yeah. When Matt Ryan under Kyle Shanahan had his best season as a pro. So I think for Trey Lance, the guy that needs to develop the most, he's going to the place where he can do that in San Francisco. And it's going to be very exciting to see Trey Lance in that Kyle Shanahan system with those bootlegs, those play action passes. And it's going to be fun to watch. So yeah, I think for Falcons at 4, I think Kyle Pitts is going to be the selection. We'll see. And if it is, I mean, one hell of a weapon for Matt Ryan.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. There it is. Kyle Pitts, tight end out of Florida. And I mean, we talked about Trevor Lawrence being a generational talent. Kyle Pitts is a generational talent at tight end. He's basically a star playmaking wide receiver in a tight end body. I mean, he's 6'5", almost 6'6", 245 pounds, ran a 4.40, and he's got a wingspan of 83.5 inches. So his catch radius is all over the board. You can throw it basically anywhere in his area and snag it. He had, let's see his stats from his senior year. He had 43 catches for 770 yards. It's 18 yards a catch, 12 TDs in 8 games. Just just absurd. He's got elite pass catching skills. He's very, very twitchy. His routes are incredible. He's one of the best route runners in this entire draft class, and he's a tight end. And so you're going to pair him next to Calvin Ridley. Sounds like they're getting rid of Julio Jones, but say they don't. Say Julio is still on that offense. I mean, I know that the Atlanta Falcons have issues on defense, but they're going to be, if they could keep everybody, they'd be one of the best offenses in the NFL. So Kyle Pitts, I think, is going to make an immediate impact on that Atlanta Falcons offense. It's going to give another security blanket for Matt Ryan, and I think within a couple years, just like how I said we'd be talking about Trevor Lawrence in a few years being one of the top quarterbacks in the league, I think within a couple years, Kyle Pitts is going to be up there. He might even be this year. Kyle Pitts with Travis Kelce, with George Kittle, Darren Waller, he's going to be up in that group.
Andrew, right now I am pulling up a tweet from Adam Schefter, and I got it on the screen. Look at this. Live editing, boys and girls. We're moving. Adam Schefter tweets, 49ers did not tell their coaches or scouts their pick. They didn't know the team was selecting Trey Lance until the pick was announced.
Wow. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I agree. Who we got next? You got that one right?
I did get that one right. Kyle Pitts. So now we're at number 5 to the Cincinnati Bengals.
Andrew moves his score from 1 to 2.
And we have to remember, too, with the Falcons, who's their new head coach? Arthur Smith, who was the
Arthur
tight
Smith
end.
or Arthur Blank?
Arthur Blank is their
GM. Owner. Okay, thank you. You're right.
Arthur Smith was the offensive coordinator for Tennessee, who loves running the ball and loves tight ends. He was the former tight ends coach. So look what he did with John. Look what he did with Jonnu Smith last year. I think that's just going to pretty much double and expand.
Yeah,
with
Kyle
Pitts.
Chris Ballard with Kyle Pitts. That'd be something.
Frank Reich's offense.
Frank Reich.
Oh
sorry.
My gosh, Kyle Pitts would be an absolute.
It's been all Chris Ballard all week. So I accidentally said Chris Ballard instead of Frank Reich, but you get it. You get it. So Andrew, we're moving on to pick 5 here, and this is where things really get tough. As of right now, it's still the Bengals. So let's go ahead and throw them up on the board. We haven't heard anything about a trade yet. They're letting us know fully vaccinated draft room. Thank you. We don't much give a shit. We know that. It's been we've been notified 50 times already. And I'm going to go ahead. Player profiles. I need to go find.
So do you think the Bengals take Penei Sewell, or are they going to go with what Randall said and take Jamar Chase at 5? I'm almost leaning now more towards Jamar Chase.
Yeah, I think at this point with all the talk, I'm starting to feel that way too.
I don't think it's the right move.
Right, I agree with you.
The right move would be Penei Sewell, but
what are we on pick 5, right? Okay.
Pick 5.
So all right, well, I've got Jamar Chase in here and Penei Sewell.
So Trevor Lawrence, I don't know if you can see this with my light.
3 minutes.
But Trevor Lawrence has his 16 jersey.
Dude, I am excited. You know what? Like, I like to win, but I want some good competition in the division. I think that helps build a successful football team. Look at the Buccaneers. Look at the end of the day, like, I think it builds a toughness. And, the Chiefs had an easy route really to win the division this year with the Chargers and the Broncos and the Raiders. I mean, the Raiders were their toughest challenge, and let's get real, they weren't much of a challenge. I think it builds a certain outer layer toughness. The Buccaneers lost to the Saints twice during the season.
Right.
And I think that built up a resiliency. So I think, Trevor Lawrence being a challenge in our division is just going to make the Colts even better, especially that defense. So, it stinks that he's going to probably kick our ass a few times, over the next few years. But, we're going to kick his ass a few times too.
Hey, I mean, if Frank Reich can get Carson Wentz back to the form that he was when he was working with Frank Reich, those quarterback duels between Carson Wentz and Trevor Lawrence are going to be very, very
we're pretty much recreating the same formula that Carson Wentz was successful in.
Yeah, because when you think back to 2017, I think this gets missed a lot when we talk about, or just when people in general would talk about Carson Wentz. Carson Wentz thrived when he was on a team that was really good at rushing the ball. The Eagles were third in the league in rushing the year that Carson Wentz was an MVP candidate.
That makes any quarterback's job easier, but Carson Wentz really took advantage of it.
Right. And when you have an offensive coordinator and a head coach now like Frank Reich, who can thrive off that and get the defense to commit to that, and then that opens up everything else. So, and when you've got a backfield that includes Jonathan Taylor, Marlon Mack, Nyheim Hines, this is probably one of the deepest, if not the deepest, running back group in the entire league. So with Jonathan Taylor, I fully expect to be a top 5 running back this year. I really do. That's
top 3 last year.
That's not my Colts bias. That's just seeing him that last part of the year and how comfortable he was. You give him another year. You give him a full offseason in the Colts program. You get Marlon Mack back and can spell him a little bit to keep him fresh. Jonathan Taylor is going to be an absolute monster this year. I fully expect that. So with that, you got T.Y. Hilton, Michael Pittman Jr. taking that next step up. I mean, we've said it. I'm going to say it again. We've said it ad nauseum. This is the perfect opportunity for Carson Wentz to succeed. Now it's on him and Frank Reich to just go out there and do it.
Yeah, I agree. Again, if you're watching and you're wondering why, I look so distracted all the time, it's because I'm production team. I'm on camera face. I got a lot of things going on here, and right now I'm just always trying to make this stream better for you. Don't like what I'm working on right now. Changing that up.
Pick is in.
Shoot.
Pick is in.
Wow.
Jamar Chase.
There it is. And I got him on that screen like that, Andrew. Jamar Chase, wide receiver, LSU, is now a Cincinnati Bengal, reunited with his former teammate. I think the orange, white, and black shoes really gave it away, Andrew.
Yeah, I mean, I told you right before that I think he kind of had a thought that's what was going to happen, and sure enough, Jamar Chase is now reunited with Joe Burrow in Cincinnati. So Jamar Chase, 6 foot, 200 pounds. He ran his 40 as a 4.3. And he opted out of 2020 due to COVID, but this guy is by far the number 1 wide receiver in this draft class. In 2019, the last year that he played was with Joe Burrow. He had 84 catches for 1,700 yards and 20 TDs. He averaged 21 yards a catch. Just absolutely incredible. He's a great route runner. He can catch everything that's thrown his way. He leaps over defenders, great at jump ball catches. And the thing is too, he's very competitive. He's someone that isn't afraid to block. He isn't afraid to be physical at the line of scrimmage or physical when attacking the football. So I think him and Joe Burrow just have a very special connection, and I think they're probably going to pick up right where they left off. So when you think about this wide receiver core for the Bengals now, it's pretty damn good. I mean, you got Jamar Chase. They drafted T. Higgins last year. They've got Tyler Boyd. So you lose AJ Green, but you get the best receiver in this draft in Jamar Chase. So I still think that the Bengals probably should have went Penei Sewell. I really do. But at the same time, Jamar Chase is going to be an absolute weapon for Joe Burrow. And it's not like you're adding somebody on defense that isn't going to help Burrow. You are still giving him a weapon. So, and I think what helps too is this how deep this offensive line draft class is. The Bengals can address the offensive line in round 2 or round 3. So they're going to have more opportunities to do that. And I think that's why they felt comfortable taking Chase over Penei Sewell.
Yeah, I still don't think it's the right choice. I think I think I watched that play live, the Joe Burrow play, and you knew right away, not good. So, and like you said, Andrew Luck watched it for years. So
right. All right, the pick is in for the Dolphins. Is Tyler in the stream tonight?
I don't see him. I gotta remind him. Who do we think's going here?
Is it Penei Sewell or is it Jalen Waddle? Maybe they pick a wide receiver, one of Tua's old wide receivers.
What pick is this?
Number 6. I had Jamar Chase going to the Dolphins because you had picked Penei Sewell.
Right.
But I do think that, Penei Sewell could be an option here. Could also be Jalen Waddle. Maybe Devontae Smith. Maybe Devontae Smith reunites with Tua Tagovailoa down there in Miami.
Yeah, apparently that matters more. Jalen Waddle. Sorry, I'm trying to move some of these potentials over into the pick 6 section here.
Since I can't see the stream, do you have the Dolphins up on the board?
I am moving them on the board now. And I even added on the clock.
Ooh.
Oh. So I've got right now potentials: Jalen Waddle, Penei Sewell. I can't help it. It's spelled swell, you know. Any questions in the chat? There are positives and negatives to being in the good division for sure. But it sure worked out for the Patriots. Buys and 1 seeds having a crappy division for 20 years. Good point.
Yeah,
good point, Andy.
That's very, very good point. Because the Patriots could pretty much just run through their division and get six easy wins every single year.
Ando wants to know who's up for a trip to Jacksonville. Ooh,
I'd be down. I haven't been to Jacksonville yet. That would
they got a swimming pool. If you think I'm going to a Jacksonville game and not getting in that swimming pool, you're out of your mind.
I would check off an away stadium. By the way, Andy and I preliminarily are thinking of going to either the Colts 49ers game in San Francisco or the Colts Cardinals game.
Ooh, I might be on the West Coast. Paige was looking at assignments in Washington the other day.
Oh,
in Seattle.
North. So we'd be in different time zones.
1 day and 19-hour drive.
Oof.
And that's without a trailer.
That does not sound fun.
Not at all. Pick is in. Anybody else I should throw in the possibles here, Andrew? Jalen Waddle, Penei Sewell.
I think it's one of them.
Trey Lance is gone. Mac Jones?
No, I don't think they take Mac Jones with Tua. I'm gonna say Jalen Waddle, just because I'm gonna follow the trends. The Bengals took Jamar Chase to pair him with his old college quarterback. I think the Dolphins take Jalen Waddle, pair him with his old college quarterback.
Wow.
And it's Jalen Waddle.
Alabama, Jalen Waddle.
So Jalen Waddle is, I mean, we've heard a lot of comparisons to Tyreek Hill in this leading up to the draft. So Jalen Waddle is 5'9", 180 pounds, but the kid can absolutely fly. He's got special athleticism where you just watch the film or you watch any game of Alabama.
Ooh, there's this boy Devontae Smith.
Heisman Trophy winner. Jalen Waddle is a guy that will streak down the field, and he has that. There's Mac Jones.
Jalen Waddle sat out last year too, right?
No, he played. He was injured.
Sorry. He was injured. That's right.
He was injured. He broke his ankle, but he came back and still played the national title game. But it shows on NFL Network right now, ludicrous speed. And when you watch games, he could streak down the middle of the field, and it was like everyone else was standing still. He would just fly by. He's got it's different than Henry Ruggs, because when we were talking about Henry Ruggs' speed last year, his was more straight line speed. Jalen Waddle is more of a complete wide receiver than Henry Ruggs. Jalen Waddle is somebody that not only can run it deep, but he's got the speed on his cuts. He's got speed through the middle of the field, on inside. He's great in special teams. He can be a dangerous returner. So I think if you when you get him with Tua Tagovailoa, who had great success with Jalen Waddle at Alabama, Jalen Waddle is going to be probably one of his favorite targets, and somebody that Tua is going to go to often. So again, with the Dolphins' offensive line isn't in too bad a shape. So I like this pick of picking a wide receiver here for Tua rather than the pick to pick a wide receiver for Joe Burrow at the Bengals.
Damn. Mac Jones on there throws him a bit there. Is Mac Jones the best Alabama quarterback in recent memory? Or do you think Tua is better? Or also Jalen Hurts?
Not Jalen Hurts. I'm not a fan of Jalen Hurts at all. I think Mac Jones might be a little bit better than Tua, but I wouldn't say by much. I think Mac Jones is probably more cerebral than Tua Tagovailoa, but I think Tua probably is a little bit more athletic than Mac Jones, but I'd say they're close to about the same.
The pick is in.
The pick is in for the Lions. So this was pick 7. This is where we thought the Patriots.
I had Jalen Waddle sitting there.
This is where we thought the Patriots could trade up and snag Jalen or Justin Fields. So with the Lions staying put, I think it's offensive line here. I think it's got to be Penei Sewell.
Yeah, but the problem isn't he a left tackle?
He's a left tackle, but he can play right tackle.
Sure, but they've got it because they have a good left tackle right now, right? So I've seen Lions fans arguing today, why would we take Sewell? I'm like, well, because he's an absolute animal and probably the best offensive lineman prospect since Quentin Nelson.
Or do you take Devontae Smith here? Or Micah Parsons for that defense?
Yeah. I think they take Penei Sewell. Oh, so Andrew, I think we haven't gotten one right since Kyle Pitts.
Yeah, you taking Penei Sewell there really threw us off.
Yeah. Blame it on me.
So you're going Penei Sewell here?
Oh, shit.
Mac Jones sitting there close to his phone. Does Mac Jones fall to say someone like maybe the Washington football team?
The Washington football team would be winning if they drafted Mac Jones, I think.
The Chicago Bears?
No, I don't think he falls that far. Not a chance in hell.
the Bears pick right after Washington. So if Washington passes up on him, the Bears could take him.
I don't think he falls down to Washington either. Patriots?
Patriots, I don't know. I think the Patriots, I still think they're set on Justin Fields. All right. You going Penei Sewell? I think I'm going to go too. I think that they're going to just take the pick. The Lions, oh, they look jacked. Dan Campbell wants somebody to bite some kneecaps
they're happy
off.
They're happy Sewell fell.
They're ecstatic that Penei Sewell fell to him, probably. That's why they turned the card in so quick. Pick was in very quickly.
Oh yeah. They're scared somebody might trade up to 6.5 before they got a chance. Come on, Roger. Walk out there, you slow son of a bitch.
All right. We don't need to scream. This is a chill stream. No screaming.
Andy says we can go to Jacksonville every year.
Yeah. I haven't been to Jacksonville.
San Fran or Arizona once every 8 years, he says. Andy's very active in this chat.
I love it.
Penei Sewell.
Penei Sewell, we got that one right. After we got the rest of them wrong. So Penei Sewell, I mean, we talked about him. We've been talking about him. He's probably the best tackle prospect in this entire draft. Kid 6'5", 331 pounds. He's got shorter arms for a tackle. He's only got an 80-inch wingspan, but the guy is just an absolute mauler. I mean, the guy is incredibly athletic. He's got great footwork, and when you watch the film on Penei Sewell, he really takes out everybody in his way. And the thing about Penei Sewell, too, is he's only 20 years old. The kid has so much room to get incredibly better. And he's great in pass protection. He's a great puller at the tackle position that if you run behind him, he's going to bulldoze anybody in his way. And I mean, there's only a couple things that I think he kind of struggles with. And one of them is just his length, because most tackles, you want them to have long arms and have longer than 34-inch arms. His arms are only about 33 inches. So but again, that's not too concerning to me, at least. And I think he has room to mature. There were reports coming out that he did have some maturity issues, but again, he's only 20 years old. So if the Lions can really turn that locker room and really turn around that culture, I don't see why.
Dan Campbell, just looking at that man is going to make somebody mature.
I don't think they're going to have any problem, and I think they found a Pro Bowl tackle in Penei Sewell.
Yeah, he's going to be real good. I stand by what I said about him being the best offensive line prospect since Quentin Nelson.
He'll definitely go in and try to bite some kneecaps off as he's paving the way for protecting Jared Goff and paving the way for DeAndre Swift in the backfield.
Carolina Panthers are on the clock, Andrew.
Do you think they trade out of it, or do they stay put and take Rashawn Slater to protect Sam Darnold?
Got to protect that guy that sees ghosts.
You know what we should do? We need to get Andy on the show.
You've been saying it for a long time.
So for those that don't know, Andy, we're at...
Oh, Tyler Dietering. What's up, buddy? Jalen Waddle it was. Go ahead. Andy is your friend, yes?
Andy was my teacher back at grade school, and he's become one of my good friends, and he's actually the reason I got into the Colts. So back in third grade is when I started watching the Colts, and he actually took me to my first game when I was in 7th grade as part of our basketball team. And I mean, I've been hooked on the Colts ever since I was 9 years old. So without Andy Wirt getting me into the Colts, I'm not doing this stream, and I'm not having my own podcast right now with you, Brandon. So
yeah,
shout out to Andy Wirt for getting me hooked on the Colts. So what does Tyler think about Jalen Waddle?
Chris Obendorf, I don't think we have it posted somewhere. I will post it. You know what? I'll post it. I'll send it out.
Post what?
I'll show it right now. Our full mock draft. Why don't you just take a screenshot while I have it up here? There's our full mock draft for you, Chris Obendorf. The full thing. You got time to take a screenshot right now. And then we got to move on to pick 8, you know?
The pick is in for the Carolina Panthers, so they didn't trade out either. I'm going.
Take a screenshot of our mock draft right there if you want it. And it's going away in 3, 2, 1. All right.
Oh, so Rappaport is saying that it's not going to be Rashawn Slater. It is going to be between either Justin Fields or J.C. Horn for the Panthers at 8, the cornerback from South Carolina. So who do you think? Is it going to be Fields or is it going to be Horn? I got to go Horn because they've got Darnold. I can't see them trading for Darnold and then taking another one. It's got to be J.C. Horn.
It doesn't make any sense to me. Man, that would really fuck the Eagles, huh?
The Eagles would not be happy. They could also. The Eagles are in a good spot though, because if they don't get a corner, they need wide receiver help. You take the Heisman Trophy winner and Devontae Smith. That would be my guess.
Andrew, I need a beer. You need one?
Yeah, slip me one.
Yeah, I'll grab you one.
Let us know how we're doing, people. Let us know in the chat how we're doing. No, it's a chill stream, but again, if you just joined the stream, subscribe, hit the notification bell.
Is it the most fun you've ever had watching the NFL draft? Oh, here we go. Here comes the pick. Andy was giving us shit because we're still trying to predict who it's going to be, and we're about
J.C. Horn.
Our stream is about a minute behind the show.
Well, we're both streaming the draft on our Apple TVs, so that's probably why it's behind too.
J.C. Horn.
J.C. Horn, the cornerback out of South Carolina, and this dude is something else. I mean, Daniel Jeremiah said that he's one of the safer picks in the draft, and I would tend to agree. He's 6 foot, 205 pounds. He's his last year at South Carolina was just incredible. He led the team at pass deflections, interceptions. He's a really twitchy athlete. He's a cornerback that played his best games against the best competition there in the SEC. Mm-hmm. And he's a guy that excels in press man coverage more than I think zone. He's a guy that really he's kind of like his dad, because his dad's Joe Horn, the wide receiver that used to play for the Saints. He likes to talk trash. He's not afraid to get, if he makes a play, he's not afraid to let you know about it. So he's got an edge to him. But I heard he crushed it in interviews. People really liked him. The coaches really liked him. He's got really good ball skills too. So for a team that you're looking for a physical corner or a guy that's going to make a lot of plays, not only on the ball for interceptions, but for forced fumbles, J.C. Horn is your guy.
I heard he's handsy like Rocky Sin.
I mean, he's sometimes, but a lot of young corners are always like that. So JC Horn, I mean, he was my cornerback too. I had Patrick Surtain as my number one corner, but I think JC Horn is going to be a number one corner in this league.
Denver Broncos are on the clock.
You think they take a quarterback here, or are they trading for Aaron Rodgers?
That's a good point. We might find that out right now, huh?
Yeah.
Because you usually don't find out for sure that a team traded a pick on draft night until they're on the clock. Yeah, that's the typical.
Usually they make it a trade when they're on the clock or right before.
Pick 9. By the way, Andrew, no, the reason we're having a delay is because YouTube gives us the option to choose low latency, normal, or ultra low or something like that. Basically, I've got the largest delay chosen because it provides the best video quality. So there's a little bit of a delay between what we're saying and what you guys see, and then when I see the stuff in the chat.
Well, hey, that gives the people the opportunity.
Micah Parsons.
You think Micah Parsons is going to the Broncos?
That's what Tyler Dietering's saying. Micah Parsons.
Interesting. I mean, you were talking about how Vic Fangio would rather go defense than a quarterback when we were doing our mock draft.
Well, yeah, I think Vic Fangio wants to go towards something to help him have a season that's not going to get him fired. And a quarterback is not what's going to do that. I did think, though, I had the number 9 pick, and I did pick. Let's see. Let's look at our mock here.
You picked Trey Lance.
I picked Trey Lance, but Trey Lance is gone, and I don't like Justin Fields as much as I like Trey Lance. So who do we think here then? Who do we got? We have Justin Fields, Mac Jones, Rashawn Slater, Patrick Surtain still available.
I don't think they go offensive line. I think the Broncos offensive line is pretty decent. They just extended Garrett Bowles to a big contract extension. So I don't think it'll be Slater. It very well could be Micah Parsons. Do we see I don't think the Broncos really need secondary help. Could it be they don't really need wide receiver help like Smith? So it very well could be. Could be Micah Parsons.
Or it could be Green Bay.
If Green Bay trades up.
If they make the trade right now, there's 2 minutes, 30 seconds left on the clock. If they make the pick right now, or I'm sorry, if they make the trade right now, does Green Bay then get a full 10 minutes or just the remaining time on their card?
Just the remaining time on the pick. So they would have to be ready with the pick. So our buddy Jim Aiello from the Indy Star just tweeted this out, that the Colts are actually going to face all of the top 3 picks this year because the Colts play Trevor Lawrence, Jaguars. Colts play the Jets for Zach Wilson, and they play the 49ers with Trey Lance possibly playing. So Colts will get to see all 3 of them up close and personal. That actually bodes well for us because rookie quarterbacks.
That's messed up. Tom Brady said, "Oh, we got Michael Strahan. I heard we couldn't get The Rock, so he was here."
Man, I hate when Tom Brady's funny.
Yeah, it's a bitch.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of who else.
Didn't they just take Teddy too?
They do have Teddy Bridgewater.
Oh my God! Imagine trading for fucking Teddy Bridgewater Day or signing Teddy Bridgewater Day and then going, "Oh, by the way, Aaron Rodgers is available." Just a few hours later.
Well, they traded. They just gave away a 6th-round pick for Teddy Bridgewater, and they were going to use Teddy Bridgewater not even as their starter. They were going to use him as backup to or competition for Drew Lock. So.
Yeah.
That not if they do get Aaron Rodgers, it would probably be Drew Lock.
Who's that they're showing there? Justin Fields.
I mean, will Justin Fields go 9?
No. Look at Mac Jones. He's chill as hell. He looks like such a frat nerd, though. Not just a frat guy, but a nerdy frat guy.
What if Justin Fields slips to 15 for the Patriots, and the Patriots don't even need to trade up to get him?
I do believe that's what is in our draft.
That's what's in our draft.
That's what I said. I said I think he falls at least that far.
He's not going to the Broncos because he's not on the phone with.
Come announce it.
Pick is in. Who do you think it's going to be?
I have Micah Parsons and Patrick Surtain on deck ready to throw on the screen right now. But I am obviously able to throw up anybody.
I mean, they do need another corner. They only got 2. Daniel Jeremiah is talking about Micah Parsons. I don't know. I do think it will be either one of them.
Come on, Rich, tell us the truth.
I can't say for sure.
There's Goodell walking back there. You see him? He's walking. Look at that. Look at that Broncos fan dressed up for the occasion. Love it. Is that James? Bingo.
Patrick Surtain. That's both top corners off the board in back-to-back picks. So Patrick Surtain, I said it before, he was my number 1 corner in this class. He's 6'2", 208 pounds, out of Alabama. He's a guy that, I mean, he can really do it all. He can play press man. He can play zone. He's great with his eyes in the backfield. He's a guy that can really zone in and lock down a receiver. He's very tall, got a long frame. He's athletic body. So, and that's something that in today's NFL you kind of need. You need those longer, bigger corners because it seems like the wide receivers are getting longer and bigger. So a guy that it has his length and can move like Patrick Surtain can, it's someone that is going to be highly valued.
Andrew, sorry, go ahead.
When you talk about his fit with the Denver Broncos, they've got Ronald Darby. They've got that one of the best safeties in the league. His name's slipping my mind. He just signed a big contract extension too.
You know what? If James was listening, he'd be able to tell us. That bastard.
It's gonna bother me. Justin Smith, right? Broncos safety. Justin Simmons, that's right. So they've got Justin Simmons. They've got some guys secondary. It's going to add to it. Chris Ballard always says you can never have enough corners, and he's right in this pass happy league. So I think Patrick Surtain can lock down one side of the field for the Broncos, makes that defense better.
Andrew and I pull up our mock draft, and so far we're through pick 9, and we only have 2 guys that we took that are still on the board in our top 9. And that's Rashawn Slater and Mac Jones, I believe. So far we're at least 7 out of 9 in picks taken in the top 9. Not the correct order. I think we're both still just at, I think you're at, let's go to our home page here. You've got the 2 points. I have the 1 point. Not doing too bad.
Better than I thought we were going to do. Actually. And
what are you talking about? We got pick 1, 2, and 4 right, and those were probably the biggest locks of the draft.
I mean, with our original mock draft, but as we've been going through the picking each one, I think we've been doing pretty good.
Sure. So pick 9 gone. Denver Broncos, see ya. And we are moving on to
the Dallas Cowboys. This really screws over the Dallas Cowboys because they desperately need cornerback help.
Yeah, they got fucked. I thought they were going to get Surtain.
The top two corners just got off the board. So the Dallas Cowboys got screwed there. You got to, I mean, man, where do the Cowboys go now? Do they go pass rusher? So
I don't know.
Somebody like
what if they take
Pay?
Mac Jones? I'm kidding.
They could go someone like Kwity Paye. They probably need to start looking into rebuilding that offensive line. Think of all the injuries. A couple of their stud offensive linemen have retired in recent years. So maybe Rashawn Slater, maybe Kwity Paye.
Yeah.
I could someone like that.
I would say, Andrew, even though there's so much depth at this point with Rashawn Slater left on the board, I think they need to take him because a few years ago, before the Colts offensive line was known as the most dominant in the league.
Oh, breaking news. The Eagles have traded up to 10 with the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, shit. Shit.
The Eagles go from 12 to 10, Cowboys from 10 to 12. That's interesting that division rivals traded with one another.
Yeah, so, not very typical.
Who do you think the Eagles are going up to get? Is it Justin Fields?
That would be absolutely hilarious.
Justin Fields, and to create a quarterback competition with.
So that moves the Cowboys down to what pick?
12. So the Cowboys go from 10 to 12. And the Eagles go from 12 up to 10. Man, I am kind of baffled that they would trade within the division. I'm trying to see if I can find the.
Hey, this is in the draft. You know, it's one of those situations where if you want somebody bad enough, and then you're willing to take some extra picks bad enough, you know, it doesn't really matter. Whoever it is, you're not interested in them. So who gives a shit at that point? And then on top of that, gives you a team, the Cowboys, who thought they were going to take one of those corners, now a couple extra more minutes to figure out who you're going to take.
So the Cowboys, here's the trade compensation. So the Eagles are going to move up to 10, the 10th overall pick. The Cowboys will get the 12th pick and the 84th pick, which is the third round pick the Colts traded to the Eagles for Carson Wentz. So the Colts' third round pick now goes to the Cowboys.
Wow. I hate to help the Cowboys.
It very well could be Justin Fields. I wish they would show the camera. Or are the Eagles trading up for someone like Devontae Smith? Do they want to get Devontae Smith?
Because they don't want what just happened to the Cowboys to happen to them.
That, and they don't. Maybe the Giants are interested in Devontae Smith.
Yeah. Oh man, and then the Giants are 11.
Giants are 11.
That is so crazy. I can't believe we didn't even talk about the fact that 3 of the teams in the NFC East are picking 10, 11, 12, and they still are.
So it could be Devontae Smith because, I mean, you think of the wide receivers the Eagles have, not very good.
No.
If they're in love with Justin Fields, I mean, I could see it. That would be for only giving up moving up 2 spots.
He's not getting the call right now. It doesn't look like
pick. So it's probably not Justin Fields.
Dude, what if it's Mac Jones or Jalen Smith? That'd be so crazy.
So as of right now,
they've got quarterback Joe Flacco. People forget. Oh, they got Anthony Harris.
If the Eagles don't take Justin Fields, the Giants at 11 aren't taking Justin Fields.
Nope. Cowboys aren't at 12.
Cowboys aren't at 12. The Chargers at 13 certainly aren't.
The
Vikings at 14.
No way.
I don't think
Patriots are gonna get Fields if they want him without having to lose a thing.
Patriots at 15, unless the Washington football team will trade up to 14 with the Vikings, or the Bears trade up to 14 with the Vikings and get Justin Fields, and then they would have to be with Mac Jones.
Maybe.
It's going to be interesting. I'm gonna go Devontae Smith at this pick because I don't think
pick is in. That he wasn't on the phone though. They said he wasn't on the phone.
He wasn't on the phone, and I think that they want to see what they got in Jalen Hurts. So I think Devontae Smith.
Surtain's gone.
Correct.
Sorry, I have a pretty good setup here, but it's not flawless. Okay. Copy.
Do you have the Eagles up on the board?
I have the Eagles on the board. That I bang, bang, dude. Come on.
There you go.
I don't know. Who else? What's another possibility here, you think? Rashawn Slater? Their offensive line's not good.
Maybe, but
to trade up for him, though?
Should we let's get risky and let's just put Devontae Smith as the next up. I think it's going to be Devontae Smith.
All right, I've got him ready to visualize the Heisman Trophy winner. Here comes Raj. Ooh, that's a good point, Rich. Devontae Smith from Jalen Hurts' Alabama days.
Mm-hmm.
So is it just a random fan? Is Danny still with us?
Danny is in the bedroom.
She hates us. Here we go.
Woo-hoo-hoo! And there it is. Devontae Smith. So Devontae Smith from Alabama, the Heisman Trophy. I call him Marvin Harrison 2.0. This guy looks like Marvin Harrison, the way he runs his routes, the way he catches the ball. Devontae Smith is a baller, a 6 foot, 170 pounds. A lot of people thought he was going to slide because of his weight, and he goes in the top 10. And I think the Eagles got a fantastic wide receiver with Devontae Smith. He has elite ball skills. He runs incredible routes and can separate.
Best route runner in the draft.
Absolutely. Best route runner in the draft, can separate from pretty much anybody on the field. He's a guy that's going to need to learn because of his smaller frame. He's going to have to do what Marvin Harrison did. He's going to have to get the ball and just avoid the big hits. But he's long. He's got long arms. He's got very firm hands. And when you see him catch the ball, he catches the ball away from his body. So in 2020, here's where his stats for his Heisman Trophy campaign. He had 117 catches for 1,800 yards and 23 touchdowns last year.
Jeez.
The best season a wide receiver has ever had in college football history. Very deserving of the Heisman Trophy, and I think that's just going to continue once he gets to the NFL. This guy's going to be a matchup nightmare. If people take him lightly, he's going to burn. And I think it's a good move. And hey, I'm happy for Nick Sirianni to get one of the best wide receivers that I've seen come out in a long time up there with Jamar Chase, because I thought they were neck and neck myself. Good for Nick Sirianni to get a weapon like that. And I think it'll definitely help out Jalen Hurts. Hey, Jalen Hurts, do you remember in the national title game? The national title game where Tua came in for Hurts.
Yeah, I do remember that in a national championship game.
That's the game that Devontae Smith caught the game-winning touchdown. So again, that's the third time in the top 10 where you're pairing a college quarterback back with one of his favorite wide receivers. So you got Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase, Tua Tagovailoa, Jalen Waddle. And you've got now Jalen Hurts with Devontae Smith. So Andrew, I like the move by the Eagles.
So now we go to pick 11, who I had picked to be Azeez Ojulari, and he's still on the board. This is our first opportunity here in a few picks where one of us could get another point on the board. Looking at our mock here on the screen.
Nope. We've got to trade the Chicago Bears.
What in the hell? What did they give up to go from 20 to 10?
And here's Justin Fields. Justin Fields is going to 11 to the Chicago Bears.
No way.
They may have just cucked the New England Patriots. I don't. If this is for Mac Jones, this is Mitch Trubisky all over again. This has to be for Justin Fields. Holy cow. Now we're starting to get into the fun part of the draft. We're starting to see trades and,
Pick 11.
And it's not just chalk.
Who do we think, Justin Fields or?
I'm thinking Justin Fields or Mac Jones. You don't make a move like this unless it's for a quarterback. The Bears, Matt Nagy and Ryan Pace are on thin ice, and they need their quarterback. So they signed Andy Dalton, but they need their quarterback of the future and a guy that's going to be a star. They think Justin Fields is going to be that. I think. Dude,
I can't believe that ownership is gonna let this pick happen. Like they already missed on freaking Mitch Trubisky. They're gonna let this happen. They're gonna let them pick their quarterback of the future, and they don't even know if they're going to be their coach and GM of the future, you know?
They gotta go for it. The Bears have tried to bet aggressive in getting a quarterback all off season, so this doesn't really surprise me.
So the Giants are at pick 20 now.
I'm trying to find the. Oh, we got a text message from Andy Worrett, and it's a picture of when he went to the draft back in 2012 when Andrew Luck was drafted.
Oh, no way! Did he really?
Goodell. Yep, that's him shaking hands with Roger Goodell.
Andy's shaking hands with Roger Goodell?
Yeah.
What?
Sorry, my light's getting in the way, but
what was Andy doing shaking hands with Roger Goodell?
In the 2012 draft.
I understand that. Was it a line to take a picture with Roger Goodell or what?
I think so. No,
it was on one of the. It was on one of the days. Shut up! It was on one of the days that he doesn't announce all the picks, I assume.
Yeah, that was back when old Andrew Luck was drafted to the Colts.
I'll tell you what, they booed Goodell when he came out when Andrew Luck was getting drafted.
The pick is in. It's got to be Justin Fields. So what? You don't like Justin Fields. What are the reasons why you don't like him?
I think he launched up the board all due to one football game. And I know he had a fine year and he was in the Heisman running, blah, blah, blah. But that one game set him from good enough quarterback to carry a team that was really, really good through a season. Like, he didn't have to carry him. He was just a part of a really good team. And he had that one really good game in the semifinals. You know what I mean? That I think was a fluke.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, he was my quarterback 4 in the process. I had Lawrence, Wilson, Lance, Fields. So him going as the 4th quarterback isn't a shock to me. But I mean, it's just gonna be what the Bears put around him. Because if they do what they did with Mitch and don't get him some talent, I mean, he's got Allen Robinson, but I think you still need to build around him because Justin Fields, I don't know if he's going to be a quarterback that can will you back or carry a team all on his shoulders. So I think the Bears still have some work to do in order for Justin Fields to succeed.
I swear to God, if Roger Goodell doesn't give me the pick right now. So who do you think's going to 12 then to the Cowboys? Rashawn Slater still?
Could be Rashawn Slater. Could be. They don't really need a linebacker.
Do they take Caleb Farley?
I don't know. That'd be a risk. Maybe Greg Newsome. Greg Newsome's a cornerback they could take there.
I'd rather have Caleb Farley than Greg Newsome.
I mean, you would, but if his back doesn't heal, I'd rather have Greg Newsome.
Wow. Justin Fields, quarterback, Ohio State, going to the Cleveland Brown or to the Chicago Bears.
Wow. Just
not a great thrower of the football either, if you ask me. He's got a cannon, but he's got a hitch in his giddy up.
So this is the trade compensation.
Who is that? Is that his sister or something on the left? That is a giant woman. Oh my God. What am I looking at here? I'm terrible. I'm going to hell. We're getting canceled.
So listen, the trade for the Bears. So the Giants move back to 20, or the Bears move up to 11, and then to do that, they gave up pick 20. They gave up a pick 164, which is probably a 5th round pick, a 2022 first round pick, and a 2022 4th rounder. So they gave up a decent haul to move up 9 spots to get Justin Fields. So they definitely, I mean, it wasn't 3 first rounders like the 49ers did to move up from 12 to 3, but definitely quite a bit. So let's get into the analysis of Justin Fields. I mean,
hey, real quick.
Yeah.
Andy gives us the answer. We got selected to do a meet and greet and talk with him for like an hour. 10 people sat up on stage, went in the green room, got to have pictures taken, etc.
Oh, I think he told me about that, but that was a while ago. That would be fun. Would you do that?
Yeah,
that'd be so much fun.
I don't have anything against Roger Goodell. He's got a hard job.
Makes a lot of money for what he does. Good for him. All right, Justin Fields, 6'3", almost 230 pounds. We'll go over the stats real quick. In his 3 years at 3 years in college, he had about 6,000 yards, 67 TDs, only 9 interceptions. He rushed for over 1,100 yards and had 19 touchdowns to go along with that. Justin Fields he's a really big athlete. He's built very well, and he's got a live arm. He's probably got the strongest arm in this quarterback class. Him and Trey Lance. The thing is that at his 40, he ran a blazing 42. This guy can move. He may not look like it from what he did at Ohio State, but he ran a 4.40, and that's not easy to do for a quarterback. That's pretty much unheard of. So he's got the speed element there. Mm-hmm. What I saw in the film, and people have been trying to dissecting Justin Fields for months now. It almost seemed like he would go through. He wasn't always consistent going through his progressions. I don't want to say because you can see him go through his progressions, but he just sometimes wasn't as consistent. There where he needs to, I think, speed it up in the pocket a little bit. He almost like he needed to see it open before he threw it. But I think Justin Fields, again, a lot of this with the quarterbacks, it's more of where they end up, because you got to end up in the right situation as a young quarterback if you're going to succeed. So that's why it's a big if for Zach Wilson. And I think maybe Zach Wilson there's more bust potential with him than Trey Lance, just because of the franchises they're with the New York Jets and the San Francisco 49ers.
Look at Jerry Jones on screen right now, just shitting himself. Mike McCarthy's laughing like, yeah, it's all falling apart.
With Justin Fields and the Chicago Bears, it's going to be interesting to see if they can put offensive weapons around him. If Matt Nagy because Matt Nagy really didn't do very well with Mitch Trubisky. Matt Nagy was hired to be this offensive guru, and it seemed like whenever things went bad, he would throw Trubisky under the bus, and that's why I'm not too big of a fan of Matt Nagy. So we'll see. We'll see. They're going to give Justin Fields every opportunity. It might be that maybe Andy Dalton even starts for. I definitely think Justin Fields will be the starter before the end of the year. I think that has a better chance of happening than Trey Lance starts for the 49ers. But I think Andy Dalton will at least start the first couple games, and then Justin Fields will end up coming.
I like it. I don't know. Andy Dalton, I think he's never been given a fair shake. He's one of those guys that took a team that didn't deserve it and I had Andrew's name up on the big screen at the draft. You could text, and it would go across the ticker.
Oh, so he was able to get his on the big screen there.
Anywho, Ando wants to know who replaces Roger Goodell next. Oh shit! Here we go. Here comes the pick. Cowboys.
Pick is in. Man, I don't know. I honestly have no clue. I don't think
Me.
you.
Yep.
They could go cornerback here. They could go Micah Parsons if they want to go on defense. Oh, Sean Lee just retired. People forget that, like myself. That makes maybe Micah Parsons goes here then, since Sean Lee just retired.
Oh, for God's sake, Goodell, just say the pick.
The theme of this stream is just that Brandon loves to yell at Rob, but then says, I don't have a problem with Goodell.
I have Rashawn Slater and Micah Parsons on deck.
If Rashawn Slater doesn't go here, Rashawn Slater's going at 13 to the LA Chargers to protect Justin Herbert.
Cowboys suck. Shut up. She's already out of breath. Micah Parsons, linebacker out of Penn State, Big Ten man, doesn't have to change his colors much. Dude, imagine getting drafted by the America's team. That's bullshit. Seems happy. Seems very relieved.
Man, that lady screamed for a very long time. So Micah Parsons is probably the best linebacker in this class. He did opt out of the 2020 season, but when he played in 2019, he was just an absolute animal. He was an All-American. He was the Big Ten linebacker of the year, the first sophomore to ever win that. First team All Big Ten. Had 109 tackles, 14 of the tackles for a loss to go ahead with 5 sacks and 4 forced fumbles. And he's a big linebacker, but he can fly. He's 6'3", 240 pounds, and he's really can go all over the field. He's great in run coverage. He can also cover running backs and tight ends. He's a very rangy athlete. I mean, I wouldn't compare him to Darius Leonard per se, because Darius Leonard is a little bit smaller, a little bit longer than Micah Parsons. But Micah Parsons is a guy that you can put at pretty much every linebacker position, and I think he's going to succeed. He can also do he can also rush the passer some. So if you want to bring him on some delayed blitzes or around the edge, you can do that too. But for a defense in the Dallas Cowboys that needs a ton of help pretty much everywhere, pass rush, with Sean Lee retiring, they need another linebacker to pair with those there in Dallas. And in the secondary, now they wanted a corner. J.C. Horn and Patrick Surtain weren't there. So Micah Parsons is probably the next best defensive talent in this class, and I think he can be, if he's used properly, I think he can have a pretty big impact for Dallas.
Yeah, Clint Van Der Esch. Van Der Esch, not even the best linebacker in his draft class.
Remember when the media was all talking about Van Der Esch's rookie year, and then the Cowboys came to Indy. Indy shut them out, and Darius Leonard had like 14 tackles in that game. And
I was watching that game driving home from my cousin's wedding.
When he broke up a pass, he did Van Der Esch's celebration, the howl. Oh, I loved it. And that cemented the Defensive Rookie of the Year award for Darius Leonard.
Yeah. I mean, Darius Leonard is leagues better than Van Der Esch. I mean, it's not even close. I'm the best there is. It's not close. Yeah, he's good.
He's a good talent, and I think the Cowboys picked a very smart pick here with Michael Parsons. He thinks
He's not as good as the worst draft pick ever, though.
The Bleacher Report saying that Darius Leonard was the worst draft pick of 2018. It was incredible. Just that's why I will never watch or never do anything with Bleacher Report, because Bleacher Report is absolute trash.
Not all of the writers on Bleacher Report are trash, Andrew. Come on.
Well, most of Bleacher Report stuff is trash. All right, 13. Who do you got? Do you agree with me that the Chargers take Rashawn Slater?
Yeah, hell, we had him taking Christian Darrisaw at this point. He's fallen at this point because of the way other things are working out. Darrisaw might really be available for us.
I don't think the Giants would take him at 20. So if he can go past the Washington football team, Darrisaw might be available there at 21 for.
That'd be wild. That'd be great news. Azeez Ojulari still available.
Kwity Paye is still available.
Kwity Paye, Jalen Phillips, Mac Jones.
Our buddy Jake Arthur tweeted, Christian Darrisaw watch is now in full effect.
Yep.
He's not wrong.
He was talking about Darrisaw too.
So when we were talking in our mock draft episode, you asked me who I would rather have right now between Trevor Lawrence, Justin Herbert, and Joe Burrow. But you never answered. Who would you have right now?
I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, no matter how sure of a shot you think a guy is, you don't know until they do it. And Justin Herbert and Joe Burrow have both done it, but Justin Herbert did it to another level, partially because Joe Burrow got hurt. I think the race for Offensive Rookie of the Year would have been a little tighter if Joe Burrow played the full season. So I guess Justin Herbert. I mean, I can't believe how well he played that very first game he came out. We all thought, and I think this was a game that didn't line up with the Colts game. I think it was a 4:00 slot, as a lot of LA games are. So that's the game I just so happened to be watching. I watched Justin Herbert run out on the field. Is the first player on the field, or the first quarterback on the field, and I was like, what's he doing out there? Where's career backup guy? What's his damn name?
Tyrod Taylor.
Tyrod Taylor. Thank you. And I mean, he played a fantastic game. I couldn't stop watching that game. I mean, Andrew, why was I watching the LA Chargers play football? Justin Herbert, and that's the only reason, dude. He had a hell of a football game, and then he had a hell of a season. I think putting tape on, I think putting tape out is the most important, especially this time of year, draft season. So yeah, I think Trevor Lawrence hasn't done anything yet. So if I want to take a guy, I want to take a guy that I know has done it at an NFL level already.
That's a good point. Very well thought out argument there, Brandon.
Thank you, Andrew. Hey, you signed up for Prime yet?
I have not.
Because
I think
you should sign up early. I know Andrew's all worried about the fact that there's going to be some games that are only shown on Amazon Prime. He's real butthurt about it. But you get Amazon Prime Video, you get Amazon Prime and all the perks. Not to mention, Amazon Prime Video has got the Chargers take offensive tackle.
I got an insider.
What is going on here?
I got inside info on this one.
Well, how are you gonna just tweet that shit out and not tell your partner before you do it?
I didn't think you'd notice, but yes, the Chargers are taking Rashawn Slater at 13. Got some insider info on that one.
Mighty messed up of you. Anywho, what was I saying? Amazon Prime Video has wonderful movies and shows. Right now, Andrew, as a matter of fact, I was asking because you need to go watch a show called Invincible.
Invincible.
It's an animated show about superheroes, rated R for sure, and absolutely incredible. They release episodes Thursday at midnight. I think after the draft, I might end up watching the new episode still, even though I'm going to be exhausted.
Danny and I started watching the new episodes of The Handmaid's Tale that just came out yesterday. We watched a couple of those, so that show is messed up, but it's wild.
Andrew, I'm not talking about basic stuff. I'm not talking basic bitch TV here.
No, The Handmaid's Tale is phenomenal.
I'm talking
it really is.
Grown man cartoons. Okay.
Yeah.
Also, you know the author Tom Clancy, right?
I do know the author.
Yeah.
Tom Clancy.
Well, there's a movie coming out on Prime this Friday. That's a Tom Clancy movie starring Michael B. Jordan. Chargers pick.
I think we already know.
I do not have Junior on here, Andrew. You really let me down, making me look like a fool.
I didn't know he was a junior either, and he's not listed on TV as a junior. So Rashawn Slater, some people thought he was a better than Penei Sewell in this draft. He's 6'4", 304 pounds. He played at Northwestern, so he's a smart guy. And I think what really put Rashawn Slater on the board was his game against Chase Young. When he played against Chase Young, Chase Young was at Ohio State, he pretty much locked up Chase Young, and Chase Young never sniffed the backfield in that game.
Wow.
He was a bit in 2019. He was a all Big Ten honorable mention. This dude he's just so technically sound. You watch the film of him and he's just solid all the way around. He's very fundamentally sound. He's got real physical hands. He squares up his body. He just moves like a really, really solid athlete. And I think something that's going to really benefit him at the next level is just his experience in college. He started 37 games at the college level, 26 of them at right tackle, 11 of them at left. So he's got experience on both sides. In 2019, he didn't allow a single sack for Northwestern.
Wow.
So this kid is a mountain. He's hard to move. And I think the Chargers did the right thing with prioritizing protecting Justin Herbert and making sure he's got a line that will keep him safe for years to come.
And now we have the Vikings on the clock.
At 14. They could go.
Imagine getting to move to LA. Like you're living in Chicago, going to one of the nerdiest schools in the country, and boom, Los Angeles. I have Jalen Phillips is our pick for the Vikings.
That's who I picked.
And he's still there.
Could be Jalen Phillips. Could be Kwity Paye is still available. Elijah Vera Tucker could go because the Vikings need some help on the offensive line. I think those are probably the three that I would say are the most likely to go to the Minnesota Vikings. Oh,
trade.
Breaking news. The Jets have traded up to number 14.
What? The Jets?
The New York Jets have traded up to number 14.
What pick were they before?
23. 2 behind the Colts.
The Jets 23. Are not done tonight, boys and girls.
The Jets have
Who are they going to get?
To 14. It very well could be. It could be the same exact positions.
Could be what? You blacked out there, what?
Could be the same exact positions the Vikings were looking at. So it could be Elijah Vera if they want to get some offensive line help to protect Zach Wilson. They do need some help at pass rush. Could be Kwity Paye, could be Jalen Phillips, Azeez Ojulari. It could be any one of those guys. So it's going to be fascinating to see what the Jets do here.
From 23.
If I was the Jets, I would take Elijah Vera Tucker, because Elijah Vera Tucker for me was a top 10 player in this draft class. So if you're going to jump up to 14, get Elijah Vera Tucker and start. The Jets need to learn what they did to Sam Darnold and do the opposite. You got Zach Wilson now protect him. You've already got Mekhi Becton, your massive left tackle. Go get Elijah Vera Tucker. You can put him at one of the guard positions, and I think he'd be fantastic.
Wow, what is that? Our second big trade of the night?
It's the
third
second
trade.
Yeah, third trade.
Second big one, though. First one was just at 10 and 12. What's up, J-Lo? What's up, J-Lo? What's up? What's up, J-Lo? You know.
That whiskey getting to you?
No, it's the Sam Adams, America's beer. So Sam Adams here, folks, is brewed in Boston. And me and some buddies of mine, Skylar and Chris, went to the Sam Adams Brewery. Andy says I'm sending too many messages. I've driven your viewers down to 5. Thanks, Andy, for reminding us it's only 5. But me and Chris and Skylar wore "Fuck the Patriots" shirts all over Boston, including to the Sam Adams Brewery. We're walking in and we're waiting our turn in line, and one of the hosts, like one of the tour guides, points at us and goes, "You guys can wait for the next group with those shirts on." So we had to wait till the second group that was going at that time. It was very funny. Pick us in.
Pick us in.
Bob Saleh is not fucking around, as they like to say. As the kids are like to say, "Oh, down to 4." They really hate us.
Man. If you're the Colts. Oh, okay. So here's the haul. Here's what the Jets gave up. And it's a lot. So the Jets gave up the 23rd pick, the 66th pick, which is a early 66 would be an early first or early third, and then a late third for the 14th pick, and then the Jets also got back a 5th round pick. So the Vikings, to move back 9 spots, got two 3rd round picks. So not a bad haul for the Vikings. It's starting to look more and more like they're like the Colts.
Pick 14. We're going well beyond midnight tonight.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, I wonder what field that was. Mile High. They had to blur it out. They had the stadium name blurred out because of advertising.
Are you going? Is that who you think they'll take?
Huh?
Do you think they'll take Vera Tucker?
That's why I literally have them. I just got to hit one button and that's whose name's showing up. The New York Football Jets. Yep.
Daniel Jeremiah agrees.
Who the hell is Daniel Jeremiah?
Daniel Jeremiah is the go-to guy for NFL Network scouting. Love him. Great insight.
Here he comes. I have one of those cool hats. That chick that's in there, I have one of those cool hats, but it's Seahawks.
Nice.
I really want a Colts one with those long dreads. Keep that in mind for Christmas, okay?
Gotcha.
Cool snowboarding hat. There it is. Elijah Vera Tucker, guard out of USC.
So Elijah Vera Tucker, like I said earlier, he was a top 10 player for me in the class. He played all along the offensive line. He could play at right guard. He played left guard. He played left tackle for a little bit in 2020. But he's just a monster. He's 6'4", 308 pounds. He's got short arms. They're only 32 inches, so that's why he is best as a guard. But he does have position flexibility in that he can play both positions. And the thing about Elijah Vera Tucker is that the dude just he consistently makes plays. He's a guy that you can count upon pretty much whenever. He's very controlled in his pass sets, and he really relies on his hands to create spacing and keep defenders locked up. So Elijah Vera Tucker is going to be a very good fit for the Jets. And again, I think it's very, very smart for the Jets to go up and get one of the best offensive linemen in this class to protect Zach Wilson and continue to make the offensive line a strength around their young quarterback.
Yeah, I agree. I think protecting that number 2 draft pick that could turn out to be offensive rookie of the year by chance, giving him some protection is quite important, Andrew.
All right. Pick
oh shit!
15.
Patriots pick in. Wow,
they
already knew.
Pick is in.
Who they taking? Justin Fields is gone.
You think it's going to be Mac Jones? Are they taking Mac Jones? I don't think Mac Jones will go. It's either here or Washington for Mac Jones. I would think either Mac Jones or I don't think it'd be a receiver.
Could be a receiver.
Do they take Kwity Paye or one of the pass rushers?
I don't know if Kwity Paye is.
Owusu Koramoah.
Is Kwity Paye Bill Belichick material?
High character guy and a guy that works. Went to Michigan. Bill Belichick loves Michigan players.
Yeah.
Who do you think they take?
I have no idea. Let me look at the board here. Mac Jones, Azeez Ojulari, Christian Darrisaw, Jalen Phillips, Vera Tucker's gone.
Well, here we go.
We're about to find out. Mac Jones. Here we go. John, U.S. veteran, is going to announce pick. God. Cam Newton just had a coronary.
Mac Jones. The quarterback.
I'm Mac Jones. How long do you think he's been saying that? I'm Mac Jones.
Mac Jones, the quarterback from Alabama, 6'3", 217 pounds. The kid had an incredible year last year. I mean, he had 4,500 yards, 41 TDs, 4 interceptions, and we talked about Mac Jones earlier in the stream in the show that he's very accurate. He's probably the most cerebral quarterback in this class, and who does he remind you most? A guy that's accurate, cerebral, not the biggest athlete, uses touch and timing, kind of like Tom Brady. So it's really not a surprise that Mac Jones was taken by the Patriots. They're trying to find their replacement for Tom Brady, and Mac Jones, out of these 5 quarterbacks, the one that resembles Tom Brady the most, is Mac Jones. So, I mean, he's a guy, he's got a quick release. Like I said, very accurate, very cerebral. He's not going to make very many plays with his legs, but he gets through his progressions very well. And he's very smart with the football, as a case by 41 TDs and only 4 interceptions.
How do you think Mac Jones' ceiling changes with a guy like McDaniels?
I mean, if he can excel in like the offense that Tom Brady ran with Josh McDaniels, I mean, you could see some success. We'll have to see if McDaniels, that snake that he is, can build upon Mac Jones' strengths and really build his offense around the strengths of Mac Jones with those precision passes, with his anticipation, things like that. And honestly, it's things that Tom Brady kind of thrived on. So I think he's got a good chance to succeed in a Josh McDaniels style offense, especially with throwing to Hunter Henry and Jonnu Smith. You're going to have 2 of the best tight ends in the league.
Said this is what he was waiting for all along.
To go to New England.
Yeah, to play for the best franchise in NFL history.
Very interesting. The pick is already in for the Arizona Cardinals. They were on it. So I've been hearing
we
today,
had Arizona taking
Devontae Smith.
He's already gone. So they still going wide receiver? I doubt it.
I don't think so. I think from everything I've been from guys like Peter Schrager, that the Arizona Cardinals really liked Zaven Collins, the linebacker out of Tulsa.
I've been hearing him going way earlier than you said too.
So Zaven Collins, I think, could be a pick. He's a guy that's kind of like a hybrid defender, a linebacker that can play all over, and that the Cardinals like those type of defenders. I mean, they got that with Budda Baker. They took Isaiah Simmons last year. So Zaven Collins could very well be the pick and someone that could step in right away for the Cardinals defense.
Not afraid to take a hit, Mac Jones.
Who else do you think they could take that besides Zaven Collins for the Cardinals? What do you think they're
Darrisaw,
offensive tackle?
Yeah. Who else did they lose this year? They still need help on the edge. Ojulari's still available. Phillips is still available.
I mean, they've got Chandler Jones and J.J. Watt, so I think.
Oh, I forgot about J.J. Yeah, so edge is pretty good.
Set. Here comes Goodell. The pick is in.
I like the Zaven Collins pick. I don't hate the idea of a Darrisaw for them. Wow.
Zaven Collins is the pick. And like I said, Zaven Collins is back that can really run all over the field. Just an incredible athlete. He flies around. He's 6'4", almost 6'5", 260 pounds. Got really long arms. Got a wingspan of 80, a vertical jump of 35. A lot of people compare him like Dane Brugler, Daniel Jeremiah. They'd compare him to like an Anthony Barr type, the linebacker that's out of Minnesota. So this kid, he's one of the bigger linebackers that can also cover, which just makes him dangerous. And he's very smart. He was his high school valedictorian. He fills up the stat sheet. He gets a ton of tackles every single game. I think he averaged like almost 8 tackles a game. In the 8 games in 2020, he had 53 tackles, 11.5 for loss, and 4 sacks. So to go along with 4 interceptions. So a linebacker in 8 games with 4 interceptions, it's pretty good. So again, the Cardinals really like these hybrid defenders that can really do everything. So if you put him back there to roam your second level in that area, not only can he stop the run, you can put him on a running back or a tight end, and he's going to do pretty well.
Andy says the stage is so long. What do they think this is? A model runway? Goodell is no model. I can tell you from personal experience.
Got him. It really is absurdly long for no reason. Goodell's getting his steps in.
Yeah, it's very long.
Pick 17, the Las Vegas Raiders.
They're on the clock. What do we think here?
O-line? Is this where Darrisaw goes?
God, it's got to be. They have to go O-line.
We
had them taking Vera Tucker.
Is this Tevin Jenkins? Is it Greg Newsome? They need some help at corner. Greg Newsome.
John's going, 2 picks away from Mac Jones, you're telling me. I saw someone legitimately say part of the reason there's so much back and forth on these quarterbacks now is because John Gruden got a job as a coach again, so there's no more Gruden and quarterback film breakdowns.
The Gruden QB camp.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
It seems like the Raiders, ever since Mike Mayock got there with John Gruden, they always have something up their sleeve. They never really pick who you think they're going to pick, and it seems like they always have their own agenda. They picked Damon Arnett incredibly high when I thought he was going to be a lower pick. Same with Cleveland Farrell. So it's you never know who the Raiders are going to take. We should have our old roommate Billy on the show to see how he feels about the Bears jumping up and grabbing Justin Fields.
Billy sucks. He won't even watch our show.
Pick is in for the Raiders already.
Oh shit. I don't know who we're getting there.
By the way, doesn't seem like it, but the Colts are 4 picks away.
Well, 5 because this one has to happen. 17, 18, 19, 20. That's still 4 away, you're right?
There could be a trade back, but man, I don't know. I do know that the New Orleans Saints want to trade up for a cornerback. Do you think they trade up in front of Tennessee and with Indy to take like Caleb Farley? You never know. So we'll see here. I mean, I'm kind of leaning off. So it could be Christian Darrisaw, could be Tevin Jenkins. Man, what if Kwity Paye gets there at 21? Do the Colts take Kwity Paye or Jalen Phillips or Azeez Ojulari? Colts are going to have plenty of options at 21.
Feels that way. Oh, here we go, Andrew.
Alex
what
Leatherwood.
The fuck?
I told you, man. The Raiders do what they want.
What the fuck?
So Alex Leatherwood, I mean, I like the guy. I think it's a good pick, but I wouldn't have taken him this high. I had Alex Leatherwood as like a second round pick or late first at the earliest. No way in the middle, especially when you have Darrisaw and Tevin Jenkins out there. But Alex Leatherwood, I mean, he was a unanimous first team All-American, played left tackle at Alabama. He won the Outland Trophy. He was a team captain. This guy, we talked about him. We talked about him in our podcast when we were looking at offensive prospects. Got long arms, 6'5", 312 pounds, 84, almost 85-inch wingspan. He's wide hips. He's got good feet. He really turns defenders when in the running game, and he opens up lanes there. Real physical, and he's very dependable. Started almost every single game that he played the last 3 seasons. He does have some body stiffness, and he can get beat sometimes in the pass rush game. But man, I didn't expect this. I thought Alex Leatherwood would go at the very earliest, late first round. I was thinking more beginning of the second. Maybe the Colts could even snag him at 54. But there was no way that I was thinking Alex Leatherwood was going to go 17th overall to the Raiders. That's surprising to me.
That's crazy. I'm shocked. Holy shit.
The Raiders all off season have been revamping their offensive line, and this is continuing that.
I text Randall Leatherwood at 17. He said, "Bro, I don't know what the Raiders are doing. He's not worth that pick on paper right now." No. Wow.
This is if you're Chris Ballard, you're rubbing your hands together. You're chops. Because the pick is in for Miami, so who knows if this could be offensive line or if this could be Kwity Paye maybe to replace like Rob Ninkovich. We'll see, but you're gonna have one of these guys is gonna be available. Christian Darrisaw, Tevin Jenkins, Greg Newsome, Kwity Paye, Azeez Ojulari, Jalen Phillips. Like you're gonna have guys available, and that's if the Colts don't trade back. We'll see, because That's very possible still. But I think I don't know. I think Darisaw. I think if Darisaw is there, the Colts stay put and pick him.
Yeah.
The pick went in for the Dolphins very quick. We'll see. Who do you think it is?
I have no idea. Defense.
I always think it's more defense. It's going to be one of the edge guys.
Ojulari. Jalen Phillips. Hey! Oh! Oh, that's your pick.
We had him at for the Vikings. But Jalen Phillips, I mean, he's probably the best pure pass rusher in this draft. He's just a natural rusher. He's very loose and flexible. He can bend. Jalen Phillips is a guy that if without the medical issues, because he retired from football already in college. He started out at UCLA. He had like 2 or 3 concussions one year, and they forced him to retire. He came back. He transferred to Miami. He refound his love for the game, they say, and he had a monster season in Miami last year. And if without the medical red flags, without the concussions, he had some issues with his wrist that required 2 surgeries. Without that, Jalen Phillips is a top 10 pick. But it's just can he overcome the medical? And I think that put him off a lot of people's board. Probably put him off Colts, even though I saw a lot of the Colts typically stay away from those guys with medical questions. But like I said, he's probably the best natural pass rusher in this class. Very, very quick, can bend. And I think as long as he can get past that medical, Jalen Phillips can be a very good defensive end in this league.
Wild. This is a wild draft.
I told you it was going to be a wild night.
It's hard to keep up. You've got the easy side.
I'm handling the analysis, trying to send out the tweets from our account to update the people.
I got a live update stuff here. Washington football team.
I think we should take a quick break before the Colts get on the clock, because we're going to be talking quite a bit of Colts if they make this pick.
All right, here we go. Break. Hi, hey, hello, and welcome back to this draft stream for the educated fan. Andrew had a PP.
I did.
He went
Got
PP.
another drink.
Got another drink. Probably not a manly one.
I wish I could be drinking some beer, but the way I'm set up right now on my
He could be
couch,
drinking beer.
I don't have anywhere to place a beer unless it's got a cap on it. So drinking, no free ads, but
It's an
body armor.
excuse. Where are we at? Pick what? 19?
We're at pick 19. We will see who the Washington football
We
team
had them
picks.
taking Owusu Koromoa.
I still think it'll be a linebacker. Pick is in.
Damn, Jamin Davis. Glad you gave me his.
Davis.
Glad you added him to the list.
Kentucky. Man, this guy is the guy that compares to Darius Leonard. I mean, he's 6'3", 230 pounds. He can cover tight ends, very good in coverage, flies all around the field. So Jamin Davis, if you're looking for a mirror to Darius Leonard, this would be the guys. And I think I think I told you that I think Washington would try to either beef up their offensive line or beef up their defense and keep their defense going there because they've got Chase Young. They want to continue to build upon that. I think Jamin Davis is a good start and somebody that now you've got somebody to rush the passer in Chase Young. Now you get somebody for the second level in Jamin Davis.
What a wild pick. That's Andrew. You had him. And again, there's another one that's off the board that we didn't think the Colts would be taken, but it does preserve some guys we would love for the Colts to take. So our pick's still looking real pretty right now.
The Colts are going to have a lot. Christian Darrisaw might fall to the Colts.
The only team at this point now, I think that would.
It's the Giants.
It's the Giants are next, and that's the team that I would suspect might actually want him.
Either him or Kwity Paye. Kwity Paye or a pass rusher.
Defensive team, and they like those long defenders like Kwity Paye.
Right.
Or maybe even Owe. I still think Owe is an option. He's a big, long defender. That's a very Patriots-like pick.
Mm-hmm.
And it is Joe Judge, who is from the Patriots. Right?
Joe Judge is from the Patriots. I think he was one of their special teams coach. So we'll see here.
Hey, by the way.
And then we still can't rule out if the Colts want to trade back or not.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they don't like any of these guys we think they should like, but other teams do, and they use this to their advantage. Who knows?
Man. This is going to be interesting. And guess what? Either way, Christian Darrisaw or Kwity Paye is going to be available.
Yeah, that's true. One or the other.
If the Colts could get Kwity Paye, I wouldn't be upset either. I really wouldn't.
And your pick, Newsome still is there.
I better stay off Twitter because we're gonna get the.
I don't want you to ruin the notification.
The Colts fans, especially if the Colts trade back.
Colts fans are not going to be happy about that. What position is Ojulari again? Is that edge?
He is an edge rusher, yes.
Jeez, so we got him. Kwity Paye still available.
The Giants are pick still isn't in yet.
They trying to somebody trading up?
I wonder if they're talking with the Saints to try to trade up. going to be very interesting. And the thing is, they picked Andrew Thomas last year, their tackle. So I don't think the Giants would go with a tackle like Christian Darrisaw.
Wow.
That's why I think maybe Kwity Paye would go to the Giants, and then that leaves Darrisaw right there for the taking.
And Caleb Farley.
Okay, yeah. You're higher on Caleb Farley than most.
Best cornerback in the draft.
Officially from the Colts Twitter account. They're on the clock. So the pick for the Giants is in. The Colts are on the clock.
Colts are on the clock.
Colts.
I got some young blonde chick in that room. What do I got to do to be the young blonde chick in the draft room? Besides the sex change.
Do you want to hear the insider info for the Giants?
No.
All right.
Tyler's not happy about Jalen Phillips.
It's iffy.
Miami staying in Miami. Damn, dude doesn't even have to move. Stay in his college dorm. He said they only hit harder in the NFL, Tyler said.
Here we go. So who do you think the Giants take?
Kwity Paye.
All right. We're still have to watch to see if the Colts trade back.
He's not happy they took Phillips especially with Kwity Paye sitting there with no medical issues.
Right. I agree.
All right. I already clicked on Kwity Paye. Here it comes. Dude, I bet Rich Eisen, the only thing he hates about his job is that he has to suck Roger Goodell's cock.
That was inappropriate on our stream.
True.
We are on a stream.
I know. That makes a lot of sense too, actually.
Kadarius Toney, the wide receiver from Florida. So Kadarius Toney, real quick, he's a smaller wide receiver, but man, he's electric after the catch. If he's got some drop issues, but when he does catch the ball, he can make incredible moves. He's a very good route runner, and he's just very, very shifty. So it's kind of a weapon that the Giants don't really have, and somebody that Daniel Jones could rely upon for those short routes that can end up turning into a home run.
Hey, both of our picks for the Colts have shown. There you go. There's Kadarius Toney. He's going off the screen now because the Colts are on the clock, and I got the Indianapolis Colts showing on the clock. Andrew picked.
The Colts are on the clock. It's Kwity Paye. It's got to be Kwity Paye or it's Christian Darrisaw.
I mean, Chris Ballard has just got to be licking his chops.
Man, if it's Kwity Paye, I wouldn't be mad. Kwity Paye is good. And I like I was telling you, I didn't think Kwity Paye would get to the Colts.
Yeah, that's true. Good point. Oh my gosh, 6 minutes left. Chris, don't do this to us.
Are they going to go to commercial like they do every year when the Colts pick?
Dude, they've gone to commercial damn near in between every pick. Dude, nobody gives a shit about Indianapolis.
Unless he's trying to trade. Man.
I have Kwity Paye, Christian Darrisaw, Tevin Jenkins, and Caleb Farley on the board here.
Who do you think? Is it Paye or is it Darrisaw? I don't know. I honestly don't know. Because
here's my question. I don't think I don't know for sure, but I don't think we can find a Kwity Paye in the second or third or whatever. Can we find someone almost as good as Darrisaw in the second?
I think so, because I mean this is, listen to this Chris Ballard quote. What did he say in his press conference literally last week? This is a very deep offensive line class.
Yeah, but he also made us think defensive end wasn't a priority.
They like their young defensive ends, but he said,
what other corners available?
He said verbatim.
Greg Newsome,
but he said verbatim. This offensive line class is very deep. So there are guys get in the second round, like Sam Cosmi, Liam Eichenberg, Dylan Raduns. But all three of those guys, I think you can get in the second round to be your left tackle. But you said it right there. There's not another Kwity Paye,
Andrew,
that's in this class, and we didn't even think Kwity Paye would be available. That's why we didn't even talk, because I didn't think he was going to be there.
Hey,
I thought Kwity Paye was going to go 10 or 11.
If the Colts pick Caleb Farley, will you shave your head?
Yes.
Deal. We got it. Guys, we got it.
If they take Caleb Farley with this pick, I will shave my head.
Goodness gracious. Pick is in. Colts pick is in.
Pick is in.
Pick is in, baby. No trade. Let's go. Let's go.
They must really love this guy. I'm going to have to turn this up so I can hear the analysis that's given on this pick. After
Shut up, Russ.
For an hour.
No. Ando said Brandon shaves his face if not.
I like that.
Not a chance. I'm not sure. I've got engagement photos in a month. I need my beard.
Oh, look. The Colts are happy. Frank Reich is happy. Ballard's on the phone.
Ballard's on the phone with the prospect.
They look happy.
If they weren't happy, they'd be trading. So,
man, whoever they got, it's gonna. I kind of hope it's Paye. I kind of hope it's Paye, because I thought Paye was gonna go 10 or 11. I'm higher on Paye than I was Darrisaw. So best player available, Paye. Oh, that guy's always at the Colts games.
Have you ever talked to him?
No, he always sits. You have?
Oh, yeah. I've run into him on the street.
You close personal friends with him?
Yeah. His name's Greg. I made the Greg part up. I've not actually had a conversation, but I've been like, yo, what's up? And dapped him up. Smoke him if you got him there in Houston. What? What is Rich Eisen talking about?
I love Rich Eisen.
And he started listening to his podcast instead of Mike Flores.
He said if only McAfee was here to fire up the crowd. And yes, Rich Eisen's podcast, phenomenal. Go listen to it.
Hey, Pat McAfee was Walter Payton Man of the Year nominee from the Colts.
Here we go.
Is that Cloney Dungy?
That is Cloney Dungy.
Cloney Dungy on stage.
Cloney Dungy, who follows us on Twitter.
He does follow us on Twitter. Let's go. Let's fucking go.
Kwity Paye, baby. Let's go.
Holy shit. How's Zach Hicks feel about that, bitch?
He loves it. He wanted Kwity Paye. Oh, wow. Frank Clark is the comp for Kwity Paye.
I love you so much, Big Dick Ballard.
I'm happy. I'm very happy with the Kwity Paye pick. Like I said, I thought Kwity Paye was going to be gone at that 10 or 11. And Ballard and team got a absolute steal in Kwity Paye. He is an animal. He's very explosive, too.
Jalen Hurts, run it back then, my boy. You deserve it all, brother. Congrats. Let's get to it.
And yeah, so then I was just listening to Daniel Jeremiah, and he makes a Kwity Paye, and it really shows in the tape. Kwity Paye is, you know how I talked about Azeez Ojulari being a guy that played to the whistle and really had effort. Kwity Paye had just as much effort as Azeez Ojulari. So, and Kwity Paye would constantly play with that effort. And what does Ballard say? He wants guy and no loafing for Matt Eberflus's defense. Kwity Paye is, I think, is going to excel in this Colts defense. I think Kwity Paye, for his position, he's going to end up playing that strong side defensive end position. Mm-hmm. He's going to play where Danico Autry played, kind of that left end position. So it would probably be him and Tyquan Lewis battling it out for that strong side defensive end position. And this also allows Kemoko Turay to be on the weak side defensive end position, that right defensive end, and get a lot more snaps for Kemoko Turay.
Wow.
Dude, are you watching these highlights? This man is just destroying these offensive linemen.
Feels like James Harrison. Titans are on the clock.
Kwity Paye, Darius Leonard. Well, looks like I got to go follow him on Twitter. Oh. You have to wonder if that's what caused him. Ian Rappaport just reported that he had a little heart medical flag that came up in Indy, and then he was cleared. The tests ended up clearing him, but do you have to wonder if that caused him to fall from maybe like 10 to 11 to fall down to 21, and the Colts were able to get him. Apparently the Colts were good with it and with everything being cleared. Otherwise, they wouldn't have drafted him. So
right. All right. Well, who's that leave for Tennessee here? Who'd we have him picking? Have them picking?
We had them picking Elijah Moore, the wide receiver. I had them pick to give
Still
some
good.
help to AJ Brown, still on the board there. Man, I can't wait to see what Kwity Paye can do with a little tutelage from Robert Mathis.
DM him and tell him we'd love to have him on the show. We'll skip the PR bullshit that everybody always gets yelled at on Twitter for. Fuck them.
The pick is in for Tennessee. All this talk about us thinking the Colts are going to trade back. The Colts are going to trade back. The Colts are going to pick an offensive tackle. The Colts stay put, and they take an edge rusher.
I'd like to point out that right before
we predicted.
I'd like to point out that right before I did say I'm not sure the Colts have anybody to trade back with.
Yeah,
which true. That's not the reason they didn't trade back, but I was right.
So it could be Elijah Moore. Hey, boy Kelly goes the. You think Caleb Farley could go here?
He could, but I think they need a wide receiver really bad.
Yeah. You know what, Kwity? We'll hear from Chris Ballard and Frank Reich tonight, but Kwity Paye could have been a blue card guy. You know, he was a team captain. He was very high athletic traits, I should say, and he's a high character guy. So I'll just go over what Kwity Paye does real well here real quick. So Kwity Paye, he's 6 foot 2.5, 261 pounds. So he only played 4 games. What's up? Are they going to announce the pick or what?
You can keep going.
So he only played 4 games last year, but in those 4 games, he had 16 tackles. He had 2 sacks. In 2019, he had 6.5 sacks. Second team All Big Ten. Like I said, team captain.
There he is. I was only 1 pick off.
Caleb Farley.
There we go.
What do you like about Caleb Farley?
I don't know. I heard good things about him. I really don't know a whole lot about him, Andrew. So why don't you just go ahead and rub it in? Why don't you give me your analysis, Andrew? Because that's what you were in charge of tonight.
I'm still trying to give my analysis.
Sixth highest coverage rating in college football.
Kwity Paye.
Well, this is a Colts podcast. Go ahead and talk about Kwity Paye.
So Kwity Paye, like I was saying, he's just very, very explosive guy. He's more of a strong side defensive end, so he can play against the run as well as the pass. Team captain, real explosive guy. Like I said, he just launches out of his stance, and he's able to keep his pad level low, and that's key. And you can see he's got a variety of different moves. He can win outside, he can win inside, he can bull rush. He's got great strength, and I think all of that is just going to continue to get better because you're with Robert Mathis, you're with Brian Baker, and these guys are going to develop. So that's just a plus. We talked about his motor. He makes all kinds of plays all over the field that he has no business being a part of just because of his effort. Yep. and how he doesn't stop until the whistle. And then all the stuff that like I said makes him a blue card guy. He's team captain, very high character. A guy that very, very team oriented, someone that's going to fit perfectly in this Colts locker room and with this Colts defense. So he's a guy that you can put next to a DeForest Buckner or Grover Stewart on each one of the ends, and I think he's really going to thrive. And I want to say that it very well could be Kwity Paye is our starting strong side defensive end by week 1. You could see him and Tyquan Lewis fighting it out for that spot.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it a lot. I may or may not have tweeted at Zach Hicks.
Shout out to Andy Wirret for following us on Twitter.
Did he just make the Twitter just to follow us?
No, he's had a Twitter.
And he didn't follow us before?
He's not very active on Twitter.
I mean, geez, Andrew, we've been doing this for a year and a couple months now. He could have at least gone and followed us on Twitter. Hashtag in Hicks and Ballard I trust.
I really do like this pick, and hopefully now I think we switch to offensive tackle. That's got to be our pick. I don't think the Colts trade up, so it's going to be if one of those guys falls to Indianapolis down at pick 54. So Liam Eichenberg, Sam Cosmi, who knows? Oh, Christian Darrisaw and Tevin Jenkins are still on the board right now.
And the Vikings are on the clock at 23.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they'll be taking Landon Dickerson.
I don't think they will.
Man, Aziz is still there. Darrisaw's still there. Koromoa, Newsome. Farley's gone. So who do we think the Vikings are going to be taking, Andrew?
I mean, it's still offensive line or pass rusher.
So you think they take Darrisaw probably?
Darrisaw, Jenkins, Aziz Ojulari, Jason Away.
Hey, keep in mind too that the Darrisaw is not just going to be a guy protecting Kirk Cousins, but one of the best running backs in the league, in Dalvin Cook.
Yeah,
Getting another guy blocking out and ahead for him. I cannot believe Ojulari and Darisaw are both still on the board.
Yeah.
Pick us in. Oh, why they got to do Mac Jones like that?
Oh, no.
What did he say? Did he say I wanted this all along? Don't tell nobody.
No, he said it's what I always wanted. Pick is in, so it could be Darisaw. And then we go to Pittsburgh. Who could take Najee Harris?
Nope.
Christian Darisaw.
Called it.
Which, getting him at 23, great selection by the Vikings. I mean, we love Darisaw. We love Darisaw, 6'5", 322 pounds. He takes good angles. He's a guy that we talked about is good both in pass and run protection. He's got average feet, but I think if he can work on that in the NFL. His major concern is his motor. Is sometimes he doesn't finish people off. And that was the biggest concern. But I mean, I was a big fan of Darisaw. I would have loved if the Colts would have taken him at 21. So I think the Vikings got to steal moving back to 23 and still being able to take the third best tackle in this class.
All right, Andrew, this is a wild night. Good fun, much fun.
We've been streaming for almost 4 hours now.
3 hours and 41 minutes. 3 hours, almost 42 minutes.
Thank you for the people that are still with us.
We lost.
How many viewers we got?
Less than we did before.
Hey, at least people tuned in.
Yeah. I think the biggest number I saw was 10. So we've had less, we've had not more. I think 10's our record. So.
And they're booing the Steelers in Cleveland. Not a surprise.
Pick is in.
Pick is in. I can almost guarantee it's Najee Harris.
Nope.
You don't think so?
No, not with all the differences on the board right now.
Who do you think they take? Tevin Jenkins? Azeez Ojulari? Jason Away?
I can't see Ojulari keep falling like he is.
I could see Ojulari going at the back end of the first. That's kind of where I thought he might go.
Are you seeing something on Twitter that's confirming your bullshit Najee Harris pick? Don't wink at me, you fucking loser. I hate you. Fuck you.
Najee Harris. The Steelers need a running back, and Najee Harris is the best in this class, and he's a guy that reminds me of Le'Veon Bell with he has a patient style behind the line, and really just waits for the holes to develop, and then once he finds the hole, he's incredibly fast, and he can make power moves as well. So I think Najee Harris is a good pickup by the Steelers, and they need a running back. James Conner isn't there anymore. Their best running back is Benny Snell. Who? So draft Najee Harris and let him go to work. He was just incredible. I like this big man's body, little man's feet. He's got a very powerful body, but he makes very quick moves inside the line. So good fit.
3-1. Andrew has 3 points. I've got 1, and it was the overall number 1 pick. So,
so you got the obvious one.
You got one of your points was the obvious one too. As a matter of fact, I'd be willing to call 2 of yours obvious.
I've literally tripled your points.
You got Zach Wilson, which was a lock. Kyle Pitts, which was a lock.
That's
triply this Najee Harris one is the only whoa, good job, Andrew, pick you've made.
Don't be salty.
And to be fair, going into tonight, before all of a sudden you changed your mind during the live stream, you thought Mac Jones was going number 3 as well. So,
I definitely did. I definitely thought Mac Jones was going 3.
This guy talking right now, I don't know his name. Black guy there?
Charles Davis.
Madden announcer.
He is.
I had no idea who that one was. like in Madden, I if you were like, oh, whose face does this voice belong to? I had no idea.
Right. Najee Harris had a better career at Alabama than Derrick Henry. People forget that. He had 57 TDs. Derrick Henry had 45.
Wow.
Hot take. Najee Harris in a couple years will be better than Derrick.
It's easy.
So now it's Jacksonville at 25. Do you think they go to protect Trevor Lawrence, or do they go defensive tackle of Christian Barmore that you picked? Who we got?
Let's see. Jags. Who did I pick for the Jags?
I think you picked Christian Barmore, the defensive tackle from Alabama.
I did.
You sticking with that?
There's been no tackles taken yet, right? He's still number 1 tackle. Maybe.
Tweet of the night. Here it is. John Kuhn, the former Packers fullback, tweeted, "Is tonight the night that the Packers get Jordan Love some help?" Oh my gosh. Tweet of the night.
Dude, the fact that they didn't take the number 3 overall pick tonight for Aaron Rodgers is a fucking joke.
It's absurd. They could have got their Trey Lance, Justin Fields, Kyle Pitts.
Kyle Pitts is what I'm thinking,
Jamar
right?
Chase. Yeah. Crazy. Skip Bayless likes the pick for the Colts of Kwity Paye.
Oh, well, we should fire him. We should get rid of Kwity Paye because Skip Bayless is an absolute idiot. Skip Bayless has to be one of the dumbest dudes alive.
You're not wrong. Kwity Paye is talking with the indie media right now.
Dude, they put Rich Eisen. They put Rich Eisen in the Madden 2021. And when you're doing the face of the franchise mode, when you're going through, your dude forgets his cleats, and Rich Eisen comes and offers his up, and you have a little chat with Rich Eisen. He offers up the ones he just ran his 40-yard dash in, and your guy goes, funny. They're kind of sweaty, and Rich Eisen like, I'm giving you my cleats, bro. Like, gives you the look like, dude.
That's kind of funny.
It was hilarious. I was dying laughing.
I didn't buy Madden this year.
I know. I'm ready to start playing it again, dude. I haven't played video games in a couple weeks because I've been working so hard on freaking podcast stuff, and I've been out of town.
It's paying off. We're streaming, and our YouTube episodes are on fire.
Yeah, 10 people tonight. We're really blowing up.
It's 10 more people than we had last year.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
People forget that.
People do forget. This ugly son of a bitch is fucking super hot chicks. Pick is in.
Pick is in. Who do you think it's going to be?
I have absolutely no idea. Ojulari.
Or Barmore?
Or Barmore. Those are my two.
So you remember that? Well, we'll talk about it after the Jaguars pick.
Sounds sexual. What the
Travis
hell?
Etienne. Travis Etienne. So he's going to Jacksonville with Trevor Lawrence teammates. They've got James Robinson.
They have James Robinson.
Hey, two running backfield. The Colts have two running backs, so
they don't have James Robinson and Travis Etienne.
They got Jonathan Taylor and Marlon Mack, Nyheim Hines.
I can't find Etienne. There he is. Okay. Holy smokes.
I know the Bills really like Travis Etienne, so we'll see what the Bills do then. That's crazy. I wasn't expecting the Jaguars. I really wasn't. But hey, a two-headed monster running back of Travis Etienne and James Robinson.
They did get Marvin Jones Jr. too.
That's pretty good. They got DJ Chark already. They drafted Laviska Shenault last year. Now,
who, by the way, came on.
He did
at the end of the year. almost gave us a problem in our second game with them. He could have caused us to lose to them.
Right.
Why is the Browns banner not showing up? There we go, kids. Greg Newsome
to the Browns.
Osu Komora.
Owusu Koromoa to the Browns would be wild. Him with Anthony Walker.
Is that where you picked him going?
I picked Owusu. You picked Owusu Koromoa going to the Washington football team.
Oh yeah.
I had Zaven Collins going to the Browns, but I picked a linebacker. So Owusu Koromoa.
I don't remember what pick it was, but Mike Florio had Zaven Collins going way early too on some inside knowledge. I just don't remember exactly which pick. So
16, I think.
No, I'm not talking about Mike Florio's mock draft.
Oh,
because it wasn't his mock draft. It was just somebody did it for him. He said he's sick of mock drafts because everybody does them now. He used to do like 7. Now everybody does them and they're all wrong and everybody just shits on him anyway. So he said he stopped doing it because he doesn't care anymore. Don't blame him for that, to be honest.
So what I remember when I was talking about that relative athletic score, that RAS score.
Yep.
So here's Kwity Paye's numbers. Kwity Paye scored a 9.3 RAS out of a possible 10. This ranked 91st out of 1,371 defensive ends from 1987 to 2021. So he was in the top 100. He was elite in the 40-yard dash, the 20-yard split, and the vertical and the bench. This dude bench pressed 225 pounds, 36 times.
Hey, I just maxed out at, I think 205 the other day.
And this man was repping 225, 36 times.
But I maxed out at 205.
Congrats.
PR. It was 185 a year ago.
This kid's going to be a monster for Indianapolis.
Come on, Raj, get your ass out there.
So Kwity Paye got interviewed on ESPN and said that his mom worked 3 jobs in high school just so that way they could.
There it is.
Greg Newsome. Big fan of Greg Newsome. I think he's going to be a very talented
corner. Greg Newsome, the second cornerback from Northwestern, smart guy. That's not the picture I used. NFL, sorry.
He's got some durability issues. He was, like I said, when we talked about him, he was injured all 3 years of college. But I mean, he's got great ball skills. The guy can play zone, where he excels. He can play press man. He's very smart and intelligent. He's got, again,
hell of a highlight.
Those great ball skills. He's a great tackler. So that's a guy that I thought the Colts would be a good fit for the Colts. And he's going to be a real good fit for the Browns, opposite of Denzel Ward.
Tried breaking on a route there real hard, realized he was wrong, and recovered in an instant, was going right back upfield with the receiver. What a play. Up next, we have the Ravens, Andrew.
All right. You had the Ravens at 27 with Kadarius Toney, so he's no longer on the board.
He is gone. So there's a receiver. Let's see. Who do we got left here? Elijah Moore. Do they? I mean, they could. They. You know what though? I think originally I talked about them needing a little help at the edge because they had what's his face from Jacksonville that went there and then went up to Minnesota.
Yannick Ngakoue.
So they lost. You know, obviously they have a need there. Ojulari. Come on, buddy. Get off the board, you poor soul. This is an SEC edge rusher, dude. You know what I mean? Like, why is this guy not off the board? What is going on?
There were people worried about his knee. There was some concerns about his knee, so that could play into it. But again, I thought Ojulari was more like his ceiling was the Colts, and I thought he'd be probably end of first, early second is where I saw Ojulari. So, anyways, what I was saying about Kwity Paye is after he got picked, he did a little interview on ESPN, and his mom has had to work 3 jobs all through him being in high school just so they could feed him and his siblings. They're Nigerian immigrants, and he just said that she's done working. She's retired now.
Wow, that's awesome.
Incredible guy. It's been a fun draft. What's the biggest surprise for you this draft so far? Is it the Bears trading up for Justin Fields, Kwity Paye falling, Alex Leatherwood going to the Raiders, Mac Jones?
I would say it's either Leatherwood going to the Raiders or the Bears trading up for Fields. Those are my two.
Pick is in for the Ravens already.
All right. Who do you think?
I'm thinking receiver. So Elijah Moore. I mean, they have smaller wide receivers, but Elijah Moore, I think if you put him in the slot, I think it could work.
Wow, I'm incredibly glad I'm not doing this for every round, every pick.
I mean, Ojulari it would be a good fit. Or Jason Away. I mean, you like Jason Away.
Well, you got to keep in mind every time the pick's in, they got to get the guy with the push press on the jersey.
I'm surprised there weren't more trades in the back half of the first round.
Yeah.
But I mean, I had heard from
Ravens still have another pick. Maybe they trade that one.
Yeah. I had heard from Daniel Jeremiah that a lot of teams thought that after about 18 or so that it really tailed off and people kind of thought the value for players was going to all be the same around that area. So be why guys aren't trading back or trading up at this point, because the grades of the players are all very so. Yeah, I think it's going to either be Elijah Moore or Rashad Bateman. I think they'll go wide receiver here. Rashad Bateman, there it is.
Wow.
So Bateman is a little bit bigger. 190. He makes a lot of big catches for you. His 2019 season was definitely better than his 2020 season, but I mean the talent's there. So if you can get him in the right system, I think he'd be a very good fit. We'll see how he is in the Ravens, because the Ravens offense is just so much different than a lot of the rest of the league. He's got good run after catch ability, and he's good, has good releases. So we'll see. The Ravens added Sammy Watkins. They already have Hollywood Brown. So he's coming into a wide receiver room that already has a couple guys, and he's going to be able to kind of learn off them and get familiar with the Ravens system.
Yeah. I mean, I thought they were going to go receiver, but that's not exactly the direction I thought they were going to go. But I mean, it makes sense. That's fine. Not always a top ranked guy, on big boards.
Mm-hmm.
It goes
more of their fit and how they would be in the system. Oh, and I forgot they've got Mark Andrews at end too. Little seltzer to end.
Yeah. One of the better tight ends in the league, by the way. Most touchdowns in the league 2 years ago, I think.
Chris Sims, your close personal friend, tweeted that the Colts have just about everything you need on a roster, and edge was the only thing missing. Kwity Paye is a ball of power and definitely one of the best edge defenders in this draft.
Hey, what did I say on our episode, a defensive episode? I said we have top tier leadership at every level. In the secondary, we have Kenny Moore. We have Darius Leonard out of the linebackers, and we have DeForest Buckner for the line. We just need guys to fucking go get it. We don't need leaders necessarily. We need ballers. We don't need anybody to be loud, vocal. I don't know much about Kwity Paye when it comes to the leadership aspect, but we got a player.
A good leader. He was a team captain, and John Harbaugh praised his. So he's team first guy, team captain. The guy graduated Michigan with a 3.97 GPA, so he's smart as hell. So it checks every single box. I could almost guarantee just from reading off all of that, sounds like Kwity Paye was probably a blue card guy for the Colts.
Yeah, and we tweeted that. So, what do you think the Saints do here, Andrew? I think we had. Who do we have them taking? Let's take a look at our mock draft and how bad it is.
We ended up taking Kwity Paye. So Kwity Paye did fall in our. We didn't let him go past the Colts at 21. The Saints desperately need a cornerback. Now they could take Tyson Campbell, Eric Stokes. Those are kind of the next two cornerbacks to take. I mean, heck, they might go with Ojulari as another pass rusher since they lost Trey Hendrickson. Sure. I don't think there's a quarterback they would really take. So we'll have to see.
Dude, these little lame where they're having like young NFL players talk to these drafted players that are getting drafted. Oh, hey, Devontae Smith, this is A.J. Brown. Don't let nobody call you small. Hey, Justin Fields, this is Baker Mayfield. Don't let nobody tell you you suck.
Do you think I mean, does New Orleans take a wide receiver? Do they take Elijah Moore?
I'm neglecting the chat here. Andy, hey buddy. Thank you for the live updates, Andy, on how many people.
What's it at?
He says, wait, it says one watching and I'm watching. Is that me?
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's down to one. Then he says, Brandon, you're yawning. Andy. That is not helping.
Hey, props to Andy for sticking through the whole stream.
Thanks, Andy. He says 12 people. I'm like, there's not 12 people. He also says he posted on Facebook.
Oh, there we go. Thanks for the pub. Oh, another corner that I forgot about. Sante Samuel Jr. from Florida State. That could be a possibility.
Yeah.
Hey, where's
Saints pick on its way.
Where's Bailey at?
He's laying in bed. The other day while I was sitting on the couch working, he came out and laid on the couch with me, but Bailey, Bubba, come here. Big boy, come. We'll see. See if he comes out here. Usually when Paige goes to work, dude just stays in bed.
It's kind of sad. He misses his mom.
Yeah, but the second I put my shoes on or pick the keys up, he's shuffling out of bed, ready to go OUT. Shit. I don't even have Peyton Turner on the list.
Whoa. Peyton Turner in the first?
I'm pissed.
Woo!
I'm just going to tell you folks right now, I do not have Peyton Turner on the ready.
If he's Peyton Turner, we were huge fans of Peyton Turner, talking about him in our defensive breakdown. We thought he'd be perfect fit for the Colts if the Colts took him in the second round. And Peyton Turner, I mean, I said they needed they could have maybe take a pass rusher because they lost Trey Hendrickson to free agency. Peyton Turner was absolutely disruptive. One of our favorite guys was one of our blue card guys, team captain, ferocious off the edge, could beat about anybody. And Peyton Turner is, I mean, good for him going to the Saints and getting one in the first round.
Yeah, that was definitely unexpected at that level, Andrew. Yeah, we were talking about him. I can't remember who I talked to. I was talking about him with somebody, and I think maybe it was Randall. We both really like Peyton Turner, and I think maybe I was talking to somebody on Twitter. But I mean, I was thinking we'd be lucky to get him in the second round as late as we're picking. Right. But Damn, first round. Good for him. I mean,
good for him.
That's absolutely good, incredible. That sucks for us, but I mean, at that point, we're probably not getting another edge. So,
now, granted, I'd rather have Kwity Paye than Peyton Turner.
Yeah,
but I mean, still, I think Peyton Turner to the Saints, great pick. I think he's going to be a good one. I really do.
Still 3-1, Andrew.
Well, you're not going to get this one right because Bateman went to the Ravens, and the pick is already in for the Packers. Are they going to get Jordan Love some help?
Dude, what if they picked another quarterback?
What if they picked Kellen Mond or Davis Mills, Kyle Trask? Oh, that'd be hilarious.
Pick is in. So what do you really think here, Andrew? Elijah Moore's still there. Did I pick Elijah Moore?
I picked Elijah Moore to Tennessee.
Oh yeah, shit.
I
picked Bateman. You're right. You already said that.
Elijah Moore, Rondale Moore.
Ooh, Rondale Moore. Dude, what if they're literally using this 29th pick to try to be like, Aaron, please, see, we did this.
I think that's a good chance. Elijah Moore, Terrence Marshall, Rondale Moore, wide receivers, those would be the guys. I mean, I would be shocked as if right now with them having to deal with pissed off Aaron Rodgers, I'd be shocked if this wasn't a pick for the offense side of ball, another weapon. If it's not, they could go Landon Dickerson because Corey Linsley left. They're all pro center. They could go Landon Dickerson if they wanted a center, or Creed Humphrey, the center out of Oklahoma.
Didn't they just pay a guard? Market high money, right guard?
I don't think so.
It was somebody, because it was somebody they're always shit talking. Like Aaron's always shit talking on Pat's show, just joking around. Come here, come on.
Eric Stokes, a cornerback out of Georgia.
Don't have him. Bailey, stay up here. Where are you going?
Well, that's a big FU to Aaron Rodgers, another player.
The Packers just said, fuck you, Aaron Rodgers. And then, Aaron Rodgers, you're not even worth trading up to the third fucking pick, and we're gonna pick some cornerback that these idiots from the educated fan don't even have on their board.
Oh my goodness. I mean, does he come in to replace Kevin King? Because I mean, they picked up Jair Alexander's 5th-year option this week, so Eric Stokes, interesting. Unless he comes in and he's their nickel. I'm not exactly who the nickel for the Packers is.
Wow.
Who do you think? Well, I mean, you could still trade him to the Raiders or the Broncos. I don't think he's going to San Francisco now because they just drafted Trey Lance. So if Aaron Rodgers goes anywhere, I think it's going to be either Denver. It'd probably be Denver, unless the Raiders trade Derek Carr.
I don't know.
I'm still in shock. The Bills could take Owusu Koromoa, or they could take Greg Rousseau. We'll see.
One of the biggest female sports fans I know, mostly just actually completely now the only relationship I have with this person is through Twitter. But she's a Wisconsinite. She is a huge Packers fan, huge Aaron Rodgers fan. So I just tweeted at her and asked for her thoughts. So I'll be interested to see if she's still awake, and I wouldn't be shocked if she's still awake and about to give me her thoughts on that.
My cousin CJ is a big Packers
fan.
I
actually was going to say something about having him on tonight.
I think he's working tonight, but he's probably not too happy with what's going on.
All right. We had the Bills taking ETN. He's gone. I don't even know the third best running back in this draft, Andrew.
Javonte Williams from North Carolina.
I don't know if that's the answer.
That's why I'm thinking more. I think more defense. It could be. That's why I'm thinking maybe a play to pair next to Tremaine Edmonds.
Yeah.
You could go Greg Rousseau. You could go Azeez Ojulari, pass rusher on the opposite side of Jerry Hughes, former Colt. It's going to be interesting. You want to hear something wild? Kwity Paye's 3-cone drill, which you talked about as being really big for defensive linemen. Kwity Paye's 3-cone drill was faster than Tyreek Hill's. Yeah. Kwity Paye's 3-cone drill was faster than Tyreek Hill. That's absurd. All right, who do you think they go with?
Glad this guy isn't coming after our QB. Colts just tweeted and they zoom in on Kwity Paye's right bicep, which, by the way, is larger than my head. Kenny Moore tweeted 33 minutes ago, let's hunt.
Love to see it.
Chris Sims, the Packers needed another top-notch cover guy, and Eric Stokes has a lot of traits to be a big-time corner. Good size and strength. He can definitely fly straight away. I can't believe he loves Aaron Rodgers. I can't believe he didn't comment on the fact that they didn't help him. Oh, Kenny Moore, a little butthurt.
About
somebody with a check mark. Tyler Brook tweets DeForest Buckner, Darius Leonard, Kwity Paye, Julian Blackmon. Have fun out NFL offenses. And Kenny Moore quoted it and said, do you even watch the Colts?
Guess who he writes for? Bleacher Report.
Shocker.
Told you. What are you laughing at?
Oh my God. It's a tweet. It's a tweet.
Hold on.
Rousseau. This tweet is from Nick Moraldo, who it was retweeted by Nick Moraldo. It says the Packers front office, and it's a dude standing on a 2x4 that's sticking out from a house, but he's standing on the 2x4 and he's sawing it off.
Well, Greg Rousseau, we said that he had potential. I mean, he's a massive human being. He's like 6'7", 260, 270 pounds. Very raw still, very, very raw. But man, this kid is very. In 2019, he had 15 and a half sacks. Didn't play in 2020. He can play inside, he can play outside. So he's a guy that you can move all up and down the defensive line for the Buffalo Bills. Just very, very raw. So, I mean, you go to a defense, the Bills have a pretty decent defense. So he's going to have his chance to learn and really find his niche along that defensive line.
Wow. Quiddy Pay's good. Zach Hicks, high on Quiddy Pay. I tweeted Zach Hicks and said, have anything positive to tweet tonight? He said, look at my feed. I said, all right. Oh. That is a funny tweet. Marquez Valdez Scantling. Not a fan of this Aaron Rodgers rumor.
That's what he tweeted.
He quote tweeted Adam Schefter's tweet with a GIF. Here, I'll send it to you.
Just describe the GIF for all the listeners.
I don't want to describe the GIF. I don't know how to.
Tomato can guards. I love that.
Oh, by the way, my picture of Gregory Rousseau, quality. Yep. He's wearing the turnover chain, standing up, the whole team surrounding him. It's a phenomenal picture. You'll have to take a look.
Greg Rousseau used to be a wide receiver and a safety, and he converted to defensive end.
And now he's a
massive athlete.
He went from safety to defensive end.
He's 6'7", 270 pounds.
Pick are we on?
31st.
Ravens.
Correct.
On the clock. Hallelujah. Hey, by the way, I meant to say this way earlier. I'm half vaxxed. Half vaxxed. My right arm is very sore.
Congrats.
I'm just trying to keep it moving. Earlier, it wasn't sore at all, and then I sat down for like an hour and a half and was working on podcast stuff and just like was sitting like this. And then I stood up and like put weight on my arm, and I was like, I was trying to like stand up, like lean over, you know.
I need to sign up for mine.
It's really not hard. You just get on CVS's website or Walgreens website, and all of a sudden you have an appointment the next day, and you're like, oh shit. And then you're looking at the calendar. Am I good for in 3 or 4 weeks? And you got to figure out, are you getting Pfizer or Moderna? And then you're like, okay, Pfizer, 3 weeks, Moderna, 4 weeks. Either way, well protected. Johnson & Johnson, see ya. No thanks. I'm not trying to look like Billy Pasquilla, you know?
Not trying to clot it up.
Hashtag Clot Squad.
So Quiddy Pay is on a Zoom meeting. Says he wasn't surprised.
He's on a Zoom meeting what?
With the Indy media right now.
Okay.
Said he wasn't surprised the Colts picked him. They had at least 3 meetings together.
Wow.
Said, I think a lot of teams saw me as a 3-4 outside linebacker, and he'll need to improve his pass rush. But he describes his game as blue collar.
This boy's got braces.
Just chasing the ball. He's young. He's very young.
Greg Rousseau has braces.
He's only like 20 years old.
2 picks left. Ravens, Bucks. Chiefs had no picks because of the Orlando Brown trade.
Correct.
And the Ravens are likely to sign Villanueva after the draft, in which they will not have to give up any compensatory draft picks.
I think this pretty much signifies or signals that the Colts won't be re-signing Justin Houston either if they're taking Kwity Paye.
Yeah, that's about it.
I would think they would rather give Koboko Toure the lion's share.
Put that in the notes for the next episode.
Oh, I will.
Okay, I just wanted to make that point because that's a very good point I hadn't considered yet. So I want to make sure that gets said when there's more than 2 listeners. One listener, Andy. Oh, Andy's saying there was 12. I said 10. I was off by 20%. You underestimate yourself. Got it. Andy's just shit talking my yawn. And listen, dude, I'm tired, okay? So you know what time I got up? He's a teacher. He probably got up earlier than me. Did he take Friday off, too?
No, I don't think so. You think he's teaching tomorrow?
Sorry, principal. Tomorrow's Good Friday in my book.
Danny probably fell asleep at 9:30. I haven't seen her since
about 5:30.
About 5:30. It's midnight. We've been streaming for 4.5 hours.
4 hours, 31 minutes. Do you think there's anything worth going back to clip?
I don't know. Do you want to watch the whole 4.5 hours over again?
No, but you know what I could do? I could go back and clip our reaction to the Colts pick.
To Kwity Paye?
Yeah.
I love it. I still can't believe
Baker Mayfield. Justin Fields. Sometimes things don't go the way you think they will, but keep trying hard.
I still can't believe the Raiders took Alex Leatherwood.
Dude, that was out of this world. Is John Gruden out of his fucking mind?
John Gruden, man.
Oh, Andy donates plasma too. Why doesn't he just rub it in? He says got up at 5 to go to BioLife, then worked at school until 7:30 p.m. Andy.
This man has been up for 19 hours.
He gave
plasma.
He's got the energy of a young man. And I have the energy of a man who is his age.
He has to. He's got 4 kids.
He has more than 4 kids. He's a teacher. He's got 4 kids of his own plus all the other ones.
Yeah.
And he's got your ass.
Oh, you got it right.
What?
You got to pick right.
What?
The Ravens picked Jason away.
Put it on the scoreboard, bitch.
You got Jason away to the at 31. The most random pick.
Ooh, put it on the board.
We talked about the Raiders needing some, the Ravens needing some edge help, and they got it. That's a good pick, Brandon.
You know what? I'm kind of pissed off that it happened though on 31 because now I don't have a chance to catch you anymore anyway. Jason Way, edge from Penn State, goes to the Baltimore Ravens. Andrew 3, Brandon 2. As long as Andrew doesn't get this next pick right, which I don't even know if he can.
Yeah, I can.
Oh, yeah, on Uzurike.
Come again?
On Uzurike. Onwuzurike. How would you say it? Oh. Yeah. Onwuzurike.
For
Tampa Bay.
Tampa Bay that I picked.
Yeah.
It's Onwuzurike. Onwuzurike.
Yeah. All right. Like, sure it is.
Onwuzurike.
Ooh, suck my DK.
Well, we know 4 hours is too long of a stream for Brandon.
4.5, sir.
The pick is in. We only have one more.
Hallelujah. I'm not playing any outro music either.
No, you play the outro after the pick. Joe Tryon, the defensive end from. And that's the first round.
There it is. I got him on the board showing.
A wild one.
I thought it was Tyrone.
That would be Tyron.
E. Yes,
not
missing an E.
Not Tryon. It's Tryon.
What's he trying to do? He came to work every day trying to get better, he said. Oh, what an asshole. He doesn't even know he said it. He's thinking about it right now. He goes, oh, fuck, I said it. I did it. All right. They're all checking out real fast, so.
I fucking love football, and I love you guys.
Thanks, Andy, for staying the whole time.
Andy, you're the man, dude. We truly do love you. We're going to go out on this screen.